Hello. How are we doing? So, last we left off with this game, there was a bug. So I reset the game, forgetting that it doesn't autosave. So, in the space of 2 sessions during the week, I have speedrun up to where we got to, and I've checked the previous stream, and we are pretty much exactly up to where we got to. Weirdly, I had a lot more issue with some of the puzzles the second time around. The slidey puzzle and the magnets puzzle, I had a lot of issue with trying to do them again. I don't know if it's because I was trying to rush them or what, but they were a lot trickier than I found them the first time around. Okay, so I think we now need to go to the pub. Oops, that's the wrong button. What's the button? That's the button. I think this is where we were.
Let's go to the wasp's nest.
Let's.
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous. Let's return to Baker Street to change.
Yeah, so this is where it broke last time, and there was no sound, and there is no sound. So that's good.
Good evening. There'll be a nice tip in it for you if you can tell me if you recently saw a journalist here.
Yes, sir. A damn nuisance, that man. And a real cad. He cursed me out something fierce for staining a book that he put down, even though it was him who was shaking so much that he soiled it with a whole lot of ale.
He was reading a book?
Well, not a real book.
Also, I've managed to get
He put
my
it down on the
game on the other
And
screen.
I put it in the paper bin for the stove. It should still be there if it weren't already put in the fire.
So I might be able to see things now.
Goodbye, miss.
At your service, me lord.
I can actually see, like, the detail in the scenes now. It's not just a black screen, which is nice. It's so annoying. I just need to get a new monitor, don't I? It's so annoying that this monitor that you guys are on is so much darker, and it is as bright as I can set it, but it's way darker than this monitor that I normally have games on. So I just need to get a new monitor. It's a really old, crappy
Some
monitor.
paper, ink stains. This must be the table where Bulling writes his copy.
Yeah, because no one else would write stuff. Are they just knives on the floor?
Evening. A pint for me and have one for yourself. I'm looking for a journalist, a good client of yours. Goes by the name of Bulling. Ring any bells?
Haven't seen him for a day or two. He must be sleeping it off somewhere. Where to hide from the landlord when you owe some serious bread?
What paper does he work for?
I don't know, but I can't believe that he works at his rag, because he's always round the pub scribbling his useless papers. The last time I seen him, he spent a whole day at that table drinking and scratching away from morning till night. He finished by celebrating, and without the help of a rich chap, he would have fleeced me of a guinea.
Why do you keep serving him?
Thank you, my friend.
That's nothing.
Also, it seems a lot louder than usual. I don't know why. I don't know what I've done to it. The paper box for the fire. Ha. Spring Hill Jack, you say? The history of this remarkable being has been splendidly compiled for this work only by one of the best authors of the day, and our readers will find that he has undoubtedly succeeded in providing a wonderful and sensational story, every page of which is replete with details of absorbing, thrilling interest. Okay.
Spring-Heeled Jack, a fantastical character that terrorizes the population of London. This journalist has some far from cheerful reading. No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous.
That is true. So, now where am I going? sleeping it off somewhere. Put it by the...
Yes, sir.
Let's return to Baker Street.
All right.
Tom Bulling isn't here, but the Baker Street irregulars should be able to track him down. Perhaps Watson will have something to tell me in the morning.
Up at last, Holmes. Were you able to get anything from that crook at the Wasp's Nest yesterday?
Not yet, but I am working on it. And yourself, Watson, what were you able to find out from your colleague about the sale of second-hand female parts?
Holmes?
Female parts.
Well, actually...
Let it be, Watson. It was time, no
Holmes?
doubt.
Well, as soon as I mentioned the possible existence of a black market dealing in human parts, everyone in the hospital became very tense.
Well, they would.
This silence, therefore, tells us more than anything else at this point.
However, I have trouble
They're not gonna
believing
go,
that
"Oh,
such a
yeah."
peculiar dealing as that involving Annie Chapman's uterus could have gone unnoticed in the medical community, if that is indeed what happened.
That's my opinion, as well as that of my old university colleague. He maintains that any form of organ trafficking would be impossible, not to mention unnecessary.
Excuse me.
However, he did tell me something rather troubling. The unexplained disappearance of several corpses from the hospital morgue. He has allowed me to investigate, provided I do so discreetly, and here is what I found, concealed in what appeared to be a secret letterbox.
Interesting, an encoded message.
Indeed, and look, the symbol of a certain well-known Spartaca encyclopedia is printed on it. Perhaps it will help in deciphering the letter.
Thank you, Watson. Are you going out again?
I promised a new patient, Captain Stenick, I'd go round to examine him. He lives nearby. I may be back before you've had a chance to decipher this mysterious message.
So this game looks like it happens before the last game we played, because the bookshop's new, and Captain Stenick, he's only just meeting. Is that the encyclopedias? Right, okay, so what do I do?
Good. Let's decipher the encoded words in the message that Watson found at the London hospital.
Sure. Do we have it? We do.
Good. Let's decipher the encoded words in the message.
Okay. Sure. We've got that from the encyclopedia, and we've got that from the encyclopedia, so I guess that's what we're using? But how do I... Okay, so they match up with that. So like that. Is that what you're telling me? We'll see if this works. I don't know if it's going to be more complicated than this. So far there's nothing that's obviously wrong. I've got what, XIV? We've got XXIII. No. Nah.
The index of the Spartaca encyclopedias seems to have a connection with this letter.
And is that... That's 12. That doesn't have a page number. So maybe this is the... But I don't know how we do anything with these. Hey, K-Wolf! I might need your help with this. Don't know if that's right. Oh, you've done a lot of singing, have you? 17. I don't know why. I'm just kind of at a loss here.
The index of the Spartacus encyclopedias seems to have a connection with this letter.
Yeah, the index. Do I have the index? So this is page 12. That doesn't say... Is it upside down? Oh my god, it's upside down. Is that a 12? Is that upside down too? No, that would be 21 then, wouldn't it? I mean, it could be upside down though. Could it? No, it couldn't. These upside down don't make any sense. IIIXX doesn't make any sense. Oh, but did I get it wrong? Did I put that as an E instead of that? Maybe that's what I did. Right, let's try... Let's try again. I need to be more careful with the difference between X and V. Are there any IV anywhere? IV? V is that. Oh, I think I did that. Yeah, I think they're all cut in half. But, like, I can't move these around. I can't link those to those, so I don't know why they're there. Unless they match with these. I don't know. Is there a VI anywhere? Not that I can spot. VII. There's VIII. Maybe I should just go through them in order. So XIV. XIV is N. XXII I. Yeah, that's a H, which doesn't make much sense. XV is O. XIII II. Okay, so that letter doesn't fit, but that's a word. Command is a word. X-I-X. Maybe I am along the right lines. It's just weird. X-X-I. Oh, yeah, I do. Because that's not a H, that's a W. I did the one on the wrong line. Thank you. New command. Here we go. Subject. Presumably. Woman. X-I-I. L. I-X. XXII. XVIII. We've got it. XXV. Delivery. Is that going to be Wharfdale? Yes, it is.
Elementary.
New command. Subject, woman. Delivery, Wharfdale, 17.
My dear Watson, I congratulate you on your investigation. This letter seems to well and truly confirm the organised trafficking of bodies in London.
My God, how dreadful.
Watson, we
Hey,
must go to
Deathclaw.
the address that appears in this message. I would suggest you take your weapon.
It hasn't left my side since the beginning of this whole affair, Holmes.
I'll also be putting on my workman's disguise again. One never knows.
But what about me, Holmes?
Stay as you are, Watson. At worst, you can pass as my employer. Find Wharfdale Road on the map of London, Watson.
Understood, Holmes.
Find Wharfdale Road on the map of London, Watson.
Understood, Holmes.
But I'm not Watson. Oh, I need to go and get changed. Ooh, what's in here? Is this Watson's room? Snoopy, Snoopy, Snoop. Oh, hello. Snoopy, Snoopy, Snoop, Snoop, Snoop. Whoops. Oh, by the way, I've been playing Inscription and man, is that game good. I won't give anything away because I think it's important to play it through if you want to play it through the first time for yourself. But man, so much more to it than I thought. What am I doing? Getting changed. Where's my disguise? Am I already in my disguise? Maybe I am. Maybe I just go there.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Here we are, Watson. 17 Wharfdale Road. Let's be careful.
You think so, Holmes? This house seems to be abandoned.
Given the layer of dust accumulated in the square, this door must rarely open. Closed. This lock is solid but very old. I should be able to force it.
Very old. Do we want to force it with a knife?
This lock is solid but very old. I should be able to force it.
What shall we do, Holmes?
I don't know, John. I think we have to look for a thing. But I don't know what thing. Oh,
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
okay. I don't know how we know that, but sure. Okay, I don't know why we need some string. I'm just stealing people's washing lines for no apparent reason, apparently.
Tarred cover.
Sure. Why wouldn't it be? Whoa, that made me
This
jump.
piece of tarpaulin is very thin, but solid enough for our purposes.
What are our
What the devil are you
purposes?
doing, Holmes?
I'm glad you don't know either, John. I've got some string, well, some washing line.
No, I can't do that.
What can't you do? What are we trying to do? I don't know what we're doing.
No, I can't do that.
Is that what we're doing?
No, I can't do that.
I mean, maybe.
This stone was blocking the wheel.
Oh, that's why you
No,
couldn't
I
do
can't
that.
do that.
Oh, no, it's not why you couldn't do that. Oh,
This
there's another
trolley
one.
seems to be in good condition.
Oh, there's a
apart
broken
from the
wheel.
Broken wheel, of course.
Okay. So what are we doing? Look, Holmes, if you tell me the voice in your head what your plan is, then I might have a better idea of how to help you.
No, I can't do that.
But
No, I can't do that. This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken wheel, of course. This lock is solid, but very old. I should be able to force it.
What shall we do, Holmes?
I don't know, John. Whoops. There's nothing else that I can click on.
Nothing of interest here.
Alright. Zombie. It's literally just the cards, so unless there's something I've missed, which is possible.
This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the
Alright.
broken wheel, of course. No, I can't do that.
Well, what can you do, my dude? Because I'm at a loss.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighbourhood makes me ill
I
at
would
ease.
love to. I'd love to hurry, but I don't know what I'm doing.
There, by striking this piece of tarred tarpaulin, I was able to quite simply force the lock.
Oh,
Let's
obviously.
go in.
Incredible.
Obviously, that's how you force a lock. How stupid of me to not know that you can unlock a door with a piece of tarred tarpaulin. I'm an idiot.
These jars contain chemical products. I have no idea what they are for.
Wait. Did you just admit you don't know something, Holmes? It's most unlike you. Are you feeling okay?
Some makeup applicators. These little metal instruments are rather curious. I'll take one.
Yoink. I love that. Just like, oh, weird little metal things. Yoink.
There's something here.
Is there? What sort of a something? What? Are they like... What? Is that a glitch?
There's something here.
Yeah. I don't know if it's supposed to be... If I'm supposed to be able to see something here, or if that's from the lower floor, or from the upper floor.
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it. Closed.
Well then. Is it the weird metal thing that I have to use?
There's something here.
No. Oh. Oh, that's what I needed to do.
We must find a way to get down through it, Watson.
Incredible.
Oh.
I need something.
Oh, are we going to use the washing line? That doesn't seem very sensible.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step. I will go down alone, Watson. Try to cover for me if someone should happen along.
Understood, Holmes.
Okay, so things we know about Watson from other games is that Watson cannot act to save his life. In this game, apparently Holmes can't either, so I guess it's all good.
It is a stretcher that can be dismantled into 2 pieces. I have to find a way to take it upstairs, I think. I'll be needing it.
Why? Why do you think you'll be needing a stretcher, my dude?
Here's an electrical mechanism. Turning the handle should supply it with energy. Ah, it would seem that there is a broken connection.
We've got a wind-up electrical mechanism. Okay.
Rings, wedding rings, gold teeth. I daren't imagine where they came from.
Corpses, my dude.
Pincers. Hammer. I'll take it.
Yoink.
This old box must have held nails a long time ago. Nothing of interest.
Nails as in hammer and nails, or nails as in fingernails? Because at this point, could be either. Is that everything? Nope.
This may come in handy.
Alright. I don't know what for. We might be doing some woodworking, guys.
A coffin, recently made and already broken.
Zombies!
A pointed poker.
Yes.
This is sure to come in handy.
Don't know why I might need a pointy stick, but it's always useful to have one.
Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently. Closed.
Gosh darn it.
Closed.
Oh, I thought I could poke it open.
This may come in handy.
How do I get out of it?
Excellent.
Ooh.
Now, on to the next step. This box is broken. The wires must be
That was
reconnected.
loud.
Pray, think.
Right, hang on. Some of these noises are very loud in my ear holes. I don't know if they're loud for you guys, but they're loud for me. Right, what? I wasn't listening, Holmes, though it was too loud. What am I doing? Did he say what I was doing?
This box is broken. The wires must be reconnected. Pray, think.
Oh no, he didn't tell me what I'm doing. Cool. I don't know why some of these connections are allowed, and I can't undo what I've done. As far as I'm aware. Where can this one go? You can go to there. How do I undo it? Can't. Okay, so that one can only go to there, or that could be where we start. I suppose we could do like... that? Oh God. Where can you go? You can go to there. So I guess they have to either go horizontal, vertical, or actual diagonal. Because that can't go to there. No, this isn't going to work. Okay, I at least get it now. Are they allowed to cross? Yes. Haha. Okay. Where can you go? Do you go there? 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 Okay, you can go there. Right, so I think we go you.
Elementary.
Oh, was it elementary, was it? Was it? Watson, I'm sending you up a stretcher for reasons.
That's good, Holmes. I don't know why you brought this thing back up, but I can take
Me
it.
neither, my
Perfect,
dude.
Watson.
Oh yeah, it's unglitched. We've got the mechanism here now. Okay.
The fuse box is burned. The lift is blocked. I'll have to find another way out.
I see a key.
This bent key just needs a little repair job to make it usable.
Ooh, does it now? Does it now?
This may come in handy.
Well, how do I...
This may come in handy.
Yeah, it might, but how do I put the key in there? No? Oh. What was there? I thought I saw it. There we go.
Clothing that appears to be destined to be incinerated.
Corpse clothes! Do I need to heat the key up first? Are they potatoes? Doesn't look like there's anything else to interact with apart from this. So... But I can only interact with the handle of that.
Rings, wedding rings, go. This old box must have held nail.
Do we not want to put it in the vise?
This may come in handy.
I keep thinking that's something, but it's just the bright end of a nail.
Closed.
Closed. I can't interact with the fire. Can interact with the coffin.
Recently made and already broken.
Well, I can look at the coffin. Oh. Now I can interact with that. I don't know why I couldn't before. Okay. Pincers, maybe? Yes. Nice. Ah. Okay.
Let's hope that it really is the key to this door.
And so, Holmes?
Oh, what? What? Oh, hello.
What are we doing, Holmes?
I don't know, my dude. Why are you out here and not in here? Oh. Alright. John, where's my stretcher? Why did you tidy this place up, John? It's not helpful, is it? What the hell is going on? Is it all glitched again?
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
I can't walk on that trapdoor. Am I going to have to restart again?
Closed.
Right, I'm going to save it. Saving it. I've saved it. Worst comes to worst. We can go back to that one because we know what we're doing now. Should I just load it? Aha! Okay, but where's my stretcher? John, where's my stretcher?
Closed.
John, I gave you a stretcher. Where have you put it? John, where have you put it? Is it? So it is. What do I need it for, though? What am I using it for? What am I doing with it? Okay, so I've got a wooden stretcher now. Nice. Yes! Oh my god, you're on fire.
No, I can't do that. This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken wheel, of course.
Apparently not. Apparently you're not on fire. In any way, shape or form. What else did I pick up? A metal stick?
No, I can't do that.
No, that would be silly, obviously.
This trolley seems to be in good condition,
Okay.
apart from the broken wheel.
I need a
of course.
wheel. Can I hammer
This
it?
trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken wheel, of course. No, I can't do that.
Well, I mean, you could do that. In fact, you could, in fact, do that. I keep pressing E to do stuff. Maybe.
Closed.
Or maybe I can...
Closed. Closed.
Nope. That's closed again. The whole thing's just floating now. And the lift's down here. This game is having issues. Oh. Maybe I need to, like... bend the poker, or... No, because I haven't got a hand over the thing anymore. Hammer the coffin.
A coffin, recently made and
Apparently
already
not.
broken. Clothing that appears to be destined to be incinerated.
I don't know how I got the hand over the vice. This? I can't interact with it. I mean, that is a very good idea. Looks a bit big. But given that the lift's broken anyway. But I can't interact with it. Let's try Savey Lodi again. Okay, that sorted out that glitch. But there's still nothing... I can't... Top of the barrel? I don't think I could interact with that either. Footprints.
Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently.
Yeah, we knew that already. Right, I'm just going to run around the whole place, pressing space. What can I interact with? Oh!
This little instrument will serve perfectly as a pin punch.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
I don't know, Watson. Putting a wheel on a cart for some reason.
This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken wheel, of course. Elementary.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
This is so
No,
funny.
I can't do that. This stone was blocking the wheel.
Oh.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Oh! This is what we're doing. I mean, it would have been nice if maybe at some point he'd said, there's a window up there, maybe we can climb through it.
Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through. But first we have to get ourselves up there.
Yeah,
You
see,
are
that's
joking, Holmes.
that's the line of dialogue I could have done with a while ago.
I need something.
What do you need, my dude? I've got a hammer, I've got a poker, I haven't got the rope anymore. Oh, we could maybe go get the rope back. No, it's not letting me get the rope back. Maybe you want to use the poker?
I need something.
No. Maybe you want to use the hammer?
I need something.
Do you know what I need, Sherlock?
I need something.
Okay, none of those things. The knife?
I need something.
No, okay. Something that we don't have yet. Right. Looking for things that I can pick up. Do you know, I've got no idea how anyone managed to do games back in the day before the internet, when the games didn't help you and there were no, like, you couldn't just search for walkthroughs. I mean, you could search for walkthroughs, but they were not easy to find. I mean, I played games back in the day. I remember, like, the Discworld point-and-click games. Me and my mum would both play them. And we'd, like, leapfrog each other. One would play and the other would watch. And then we'd, like, swap over. And it would take us ages and ages to solve the things. Hello.
This door was recently reinforced.
Yeah, that's where we're trying to get
Impossible
into.
open it.
Alright, let me do the save thing again to unglitch this and see if there's anything there that I should be seeing. No, I can't get the rope.
need something.
I wish you could, like, talk to Watson and he'd have
What do you
ideas
think, Holmes?
rather than just being useless. Like, why can I talk to him if that's all he says? Anything here? We go out here yet?
Nothing of interest here.
Nope. If I ask the game for a hint and it just tells me, you need something to make it easier to get up there. Can I even get a hint? I don't think I can. Yeah, but I don't know how to put it in the vice. And I don't know what doing that would accomplish. Oh, hello.
I hope this ladder will support my weight.
I really do hate it when, like, games like this dissolve into, I'm just going to try all the things with all the things. Because I don't know what to do. On that note, it is time for a break. So, I will see you in a couple of minutes or so.
I have to mentally prepare myself to not say stop. Stop. It just feels like some. Okay, you want to go right now?
Oh, okay. What the, oh!
Oh, frick! I got it! Oh! Don't worry! I got this! Oh! No, I didn't. I had it for a second. I was climbing up it. Oh, that was amazing. Damn it. Damn it.
I mean,
Alright.
I'm going to have to look at your...
The swing after we're going to jump on.
Ah.
Ready? This one. Right now.
I
Then we have to get off it right away.
I overshot.
Stop! Stop overshooting!
I...
Oh! Stop!
Stop what? Stop
Okay,
dangling, damn it!
Sorry.
Why did he die? Why did that happen? Why? Why would that be a thing that happens? There be cones. Ah! Oh! Okay, well that's new. Ha ha ha! Have I broken the game? Like 3 seconds in. Come in. Ooh! Ooh! There's a ooh, hi. This is such a bad movie. I don't even know what that was supposed to be of. that funny? Don't think Dan's ready yet, but... No! Oh! That was a real life jump scare, that was. Blimey. Where's my cat? I've never seen that before. Right, how many options have we got here? 5. Let's not jump into fighting. Panhorn, please.
Cure the rot.
Let's go in.
I need something.
Oh. Let's not go in.
Let's go.
Finally.
My God, Holmes, where are we?
For us to find out, my friend. This woman is dead, Watson.
Yes, several days ago, Holmes, but the body is perfectly preserved. No odour, no visible decomposition.
Interesting.
This cheap jewel must be an accessory of some sort.
So a cult's going on.
This may come in handy.
Just nicking stuff. We don't even know what we're doing.
Look at this photo. It is inscribed Ethel Broome Street, 1851 to 1878. This young woman who died 10
Are they
years ago
making...
looks like the one stretched out on this table.
Are they trying to remake someone who died? Souvenir of Liverpool, autumn 1883. I give you my love, my Alexis. Mum.
This old photo shows a young man dressed after the
Yeah.
fashion of an employee in front of a shop.
Is that what they've been trying to do?
Some makeup applicators.
Oh. Spiritualism, contact with the hereafter. Blah.
Amusing. The man in the photo taken in 1883 and the one on Prince Raskolnikov's leaflet are one and the
yeah.
same. And no more a prince or a Russian than you or I, Watson. Glass eyes in all shapes and all colours.
I mean, not really shapes. Eyes tend to be
It's a
eyeball
puzzle
shaped.
box. Let's see if I can open it.
Oh, here we go. I mean, maybe that as well. I'm leaving the body till last because I think the body will be the most interesting bit. Okay, so we need to find 7, 8. Do we need to find something that equals 9? I mean, that equals 9. Okay. 4. That's going to be trickier, isn't it? I don't think I can do 4. But I can't... All the numbers around the outside are 4 or more, so how would I do 4? Alright, apparently that was 4. Maybe it like rolls around. Maybe it's like modulus. So like maybe that. Yeah, because that's 6 modulo 10. So we're looking for 17 or 27 or 37. That would be 17. It's 13. 4.
There we are. Magnificent. This square object is very unusual.
Herein the information that the boss was able to find... Should be here is the information that the boss was able to find out about the client. Ethel loved Pink and spoke in a composed and soft voice. At the end she couldn't do more than whisper, but she was still able to sing some of the Schubert tunes that she loved. She would undoubtedly have been a virtuoso on the violin if her husband hadn't impeded her. Instructions: pink robe, assorted jewellery, seance planned for 1 week. Oh, that is what they're doing, K-Wolf. But the body will be taken today or tomorrow by 2 chaps that the boss recruited. Their sign of recognition will be a triangle and a square attached with a red ribbon. No worries, they seem to be professionals, won't be a problem. Mind the quality of your lime for fixing the false eyes. Yeah, so what they're doing is they're getting corpses. They are making them look like the people that people want to talk to. Like their dead family members and stuff. And then they're like talking to them and making them so that they look like a ghost. I guess. During Seance 4, the boss has asked me to close the eyelids of the ghosts so that the clients don't notice anything because an eye started to fall out. He was furious and wasn't able to proceed to the symbiotic culmination, which alone permits us to get the client's full cooperation and make off with the maximum. Yeah, conning people out of money is what we're doing here. Well, we're not. They are. Transfiguration is the key, as he always says. The boss asked me to make known that, if in the future such negligence was repeated, some of us may well be part of the next spectacle in the starring role. Hope that message is understood. Yeah, I mean, you say old-time scammers, people still do it today, just hopefully not with actual corpses, but, you know, it do be a thing.
This letter speaks of a sign of recognition. Interesting.
Hello.
Strange smell. What do you think, Watson?
A zinc chloride solution without a doubt. A product generally injected into cadavers to help preserve them.
I don't think this has got anything to do with Jack the Ripper, though, because Jack the Ripper's taking bits, and you generally don't want bits, do you? You want, like, if you asked to speak to your dear old mum, you wouldn't want just her uterus floating there. That'd be a bit concerning and weird.
Look, Holmes, a label from the London hospital. It must be a corpse stolen from the London hospital.
Someone made up this corpse. The lips have been coloured and the rings round the eyes carefully camouflaged. Yes, somebody wanted to give the impression of life.
To what end?
Oh, Watson, you're so
This door
dense.
was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
Okay, what have we missed? Because Holmes isn't coming to conclusions yet.
These clothes are new, just like the deceased's dress. I imagine her clothes were changed. Watson, this corpse was embalmed and made up and dressed to look like a woman who had died 10 years earlier. All is clear, Watson. A charlatan, passing himself as a prince, making the dead come back by using corpses as puppets.
Which explains the disappearance of corpses at the London hospital. It was to fuel this sordid entertainment.
It's not sordid entertainment. It's a scam.
Holmes, I hear a cab stopping in the courtyard. Someone's coming.
It is probably the dealers, Watson, but instead of running, what if we were to meet them, if we managed to win their trust?
You are joking, Holmes.
I'm missing some information.
Am I now? Am I now? What am I missing? Do we need to like... Ah, yeah, we need to... No? There we go. There we go. Dude. Personal space! It's a thing!
Oi, what you doing there, you? It's private in here.
Calm down. We aren't here as tourists.
I'm just... rough and tumble nobody from the back streets. It's why I speak all posh and such.
We have come to collect our packets.
Oh, well then, you just had to say. I was told that you weren't no tramps, but I weren't expecting that you was... Given your get-up, I guess your boss.
Yes.
Well, the subject
Yes.
ain't ready yet. I ain't done with it yet. You'll have to come back.
Well, that's, a real problem.
Say, we have a personal order too for some organs. You wouldn't know where we can find them.
What type then?
Kidney, uterus.
Oi, I don't hack up my dollies. That's the work of an artist.
But you wouldn't happen to have a colleague who might furnish this type of item.
No, you can't make a copper doing that nowadays. Since the bigwigs made it easy to get stiffs, the medical schools are bursting with bodies to carve up. Docs and students have got all they need. Business is dead. For a few coppers, hospital bloke might help you out, but I don't know for sure. They'd be right in for it if they got caught. It probably just ain't worth it.
I understand. And what do you do with the corpses once you're finished with them?
I don't bother myself with that. But one thing's for sure. After the seance, they're good for nothing but chucking out. I ain't Napoleon's embalmer.
Well, if you'll excuse...
You's got a funny way of talking, you.
Oi, it's normal. He's a brain, you see. A thinker at that. Sees you around, old man.
Oh, you can put on a different voice when
Sir
you have to.
Holmes, the corpses that have disappeared from the London hospital...
Weirdly,
are
that's
used
when you
during
choose to do it.
seances. Nothing to do with organ trafficking.
Yes, it all suggests nothing of the kind is underway in London. In the medical world, all dealings would be visible, not to mention unnecessary. The crook we met confirmed this viewpoint. It's hard to imagine, therefore, that our Whitechapel killer perpetrated these massacres with the goal of selling the organs.
What lead should we follow now, Holmes?
Try to learn more about Tumblety. This squibby should give us some information.
Oh, I'd
but
forgotten about
let's stop
Tumblety.
the journalist Tom Bulling from harming him. I hope my secret police will soon have some information on him. While we wait, Watson, I would ask you to inform your colleagues of your recent discoveries. It would be good if these morbid, ghostly spectacles stopped, and this will need to be done at the London hospital.
You are right, Holmes. Another false lead followed by the police, Holmes? Yesterday's Times says that a John Fitzgerald, who had claimed responsibility for the murder of Annie Chapman, has finally been released. He was, it says, lying.
That's of little importance, Watson.
It's incredible. It's been more than 3 weeks since the murderer struck, and the tension is as strong as ever. The press won't stop talking about him, and people are still full of fear. Perhaps the killer got what he wanted, people talking about him, and has chosen to stop committing crimes. What do you think, Holmes?
I doubt it, Watson. Everything leads me to believe that he is in hiding and waiting for the right moment. The area is packed with police, and that would obviously hamper his work.
You think he will start again, Holmes?
I have every reason to believe nothing will stop him short of his arrest or his death. Sadly, our investigation has reached a dead end, and I fear that we'll need another victim to get back on track.
Yes, how awful. And what of the case of the burnt mat? Have you resolved that?
Oh, that's a matter of little interest, and resolving will be of no benefit, above all to Miss Fleming. Ha! I hear the footsteps of my
Burnt
faithful
mat.
Wiggins on the stairs. The game is afoot again, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, the scribbler resurfaced. At last word, Pounce saw him racing to Central News Agency where he works.
Excellent, Wiggins. And still nothing on the doctor?
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. He's one sleek yank, but we'll find him.
Good work. Here's something for you. I must leave you, Watson. If I can get my hands on this bulling, I will have much more interesting news on the bothersome Tumblety. I have only to change. If you can, Watson, I entreat you to stay here and await my word. We may not be more than two when the time to act comes.
You can count on me, Holmes.
We may not be more than two when the time to act what? Where are we going? Oh, here.
I must go to the Central News Agency. I'm at the press agency where bulling works.
See, you tell me things like that when I know because I just clicked on it. You don't tell me why we're getting stretchers out of cellars.
It would be very informative to search Bulling's desk before meeting him, but first I must get rid of this bothersome person. Perhaps by
I hope he's saying this out loud. Hello, bothersome person. I have a scoop.
The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot. A mirror. I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches.
What do you want?
It would be very informative to search Bulling's desk before meeting him, but first I must get rid of this bothersome person, perhaps by offering him a scoop. I need more information.
Do I have something? Scoopy? I do have something, Scoopy!
Good evening. I'm looking for Tom Bulling, the journalist.
He isn't here. He must be sleeping off somewhere. He gave me a tip. He wanted to save a scoop for me. He always gets a good dirt, and yet when he comes in here, it's just to warm his behind. Look, he pulled his desk over the stove.
Listen, Scoop, I'm bringing it over. Only if Bulling isn't here, I'm leaving.
Wait, what's this scoop?
Bulling promised me a reward for info. There's a charlatan who does spiritualist seances that are a little bit special. He steals corpses from the morgue, puts makeup on them, dresses them up, and then uses them as puppets.
I'll give you your dues. We'll pay you if this info is true.
I'll write down the address of the hideout on the crook's leaflet, but the police will be in on this one, so you better get there in time.
Understood. I'll go alone. Too bad for Bulling.
Hey, you wouldn't have a little something in advance?
Look on Bulling's desk. I know that he always leaves a few coins around for his snitches. Cheers.
Watson won't be pleased that I'm divulging the case, but I don't see any other way.
Permit me to defend myself against the slanderous accusations brought against me. You were not lied to regarding the facts. Mr. Bulling spends all of his time in the most odious of pubs, but I am only doing my work as a journalist. It is during these outings that I can find the best information because I am thus in contact with the common man. Let me prove to you, dear boss, that I can bring to this agency what it deserves, the most extraordinary and the most stimulating information for...
Even handwriting, yet fairly recognizable.
Dear boss is interesting, because that's what some of the Jack the Ripper hoaxes signed letters
This is Bulling's
as...
desk, the one closest to the stove. Some coins. I will take them. That will avoid suspicion if the journalist returns.
Yeah, you tell yourself that, my dude.
This may come in handy. A charred match. These are Bulling's notes. They are of little interest at the moment, but one never knows.
Anything else? I don't think so. I owe you.
The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot. Bulling recently used the stove.
He did, so he might have burnt something, is what we're saying. Haha.
A torn piece of blotting paper. Curious, curious. It looks like someone wanted to destroy this piece of blotting paper that had red ink on it. I can make out a few more letters, but backwards. I need something to help me.
Oh, the mirror. Where was it? Over here. Ooh. Dear Mr. Moore, I've noticed that one of your employees, Thomas Bulling, arrived at the meeting in a state of inebriation. I must ask you to take care of your team's discipline. I know that you indulged this journalist, given the explosive information that he managed to flush out, but this behaviour is unacceptable. This should not repeat itself, or I will hold you personally responsible. The
Bulling's
Assistant
boss,
Director.
Mr. Moore, seems to be protecting the journalist.
We are getting handwriting samples. That is interesting. Are there any more? No.
By putting this piece of blotting paper in front of the mirror, I can read what is written.
Information on the Whitechapel killer. Call by telephone. WA.
Apparently, our journalist gets his information by telephone too. Sadly, the name is almost erased.
There's a
If I
telephone there.
telephone one of Bulling's contacts pretending to be his assistant, I might learn something of interest.
It'll be Walesby, won't it? And it's that one. So 1875?
Walesby 1875, an ingenious way to save his contact. Central.
Weird way to
Walesby
save his contact.
1875, if you will. Thank you, I will wait.
Walesby, I am listening.
Hello, my dear man. I'm calling on behalf of Tom Bulling.
Bulling? So you know where this hypocrite, this liar, this...
Not at all. He is currently unobtainable. In the meantime, he has left me with a note asking me to pursue his work, and he told me that you were aware...
That's just great. I dropped everything off at his agency, but he didn't even bother to do the same for me. Tell me he at least gave you the information that I was asking in return.
I am ready, sir. I'm listening.
Do the police have a suspect for the bizarre theft of cigarettes and carrots that took place at the Commercial Street Market?
What the hell? No? I don't know what's going on. Cigarettes and carrots. Scotland Yard is searching for a rabbit that coughs, right? No?
I think, according to Bulling, that Inspector Lestrade's team is looking for A rabbit with a bad cough?
Ah, damned Bulling. One day he'll be in some serious trouble for mocking the police.
Right.
And now, can you tell me, with regards to the parliamentary scandal, what did the head of the Whig Party respond to the Tories who were treating him as a great incompetent?
A great incompetence. The head of the Tories, he... will surely be your best representative? No? The head of the Whig Party responds to the Tories who are treating him as a great incompetence. Could be vote for me. I will surely be your best representative. No?
According to Bulling,
Oh, right, there we
the head
go.
of the Whigs said, "Vote for me, I will be your best representative."
Good. That'll make for a good paper. There is one last question. According to a government social study, civil servants make the best husbands. Why?
Ooh! When he comes home from work, he is never tired and has already read the paper?
I believe I can confirm that it is because civil servants aren't tired and have already read the paper when they come home from work.
Very true. Good. It seems like Bulling has finally done his work.
As everything is all in order, can you now tell me where the information is that you sent to the agency?
Yes. There is a large brown envelope near the dispatch cabinet. It's in there that we exchange our tips with Bulling.
1,000 thanks. Goodbye, sir.
My salutations to Bulling.
There are several documents in this file. Let's see.
Spring Hill Jack, The Terror of London, fantastical character, first appearance 1873, associated with several suspicious muggings and robberies taking place in London and other parts of England. Description, diabolical appearance, bat's wings, horns, blue flames coming out of the mouth and or eyes, etc. I don't think anyone likes each other in this game. Identifying marks. All the eyewitnesses speak of his capacity to make leaps of superhuman distance, were his nickname. Conclusion. Having become the very example of an urban legend of our century, this character fascinates as much by his demonic and fantastical aura as by the fact that he has never been caught by the police. Important. At the time of the attacks against the young women, Lady Scales and Jane Aslop, the papers covering the events had record sales for weeks. That's why Spring Hill Jack is the recurring hero of cheap fantasy publications and theatre pieces. Popular and financial success guaranteed.
I wonder why Bulling is studying this tale about Spring Hill Jack so meticulously.
The Terror. Oh, the Terror. It's like the Tezzles? The Tezzles. The Terror of London, Spring Hill Jack, The Phantom Killer, The Butcher's Blade, The Whitechapel Butcher, Dr. Death, The London Ripper, The Bleeder, The Bloody Ripper.
What does that mean?
Mr. Charles Moore, I thank you for this testimony of the Whitechapel Killer that you followed. Not easy authentication. Do not hand over to the press without my invitation. Thank you for your collaboration and your discretion. We won't forget this. Inspector Aberline.
Well, well, a piece of information about the murders transmitted exclusively to the police without informing the press. That has piqued my curiosity. Perhaps I should go to the police station to get more information.
Tom, about the letter. Given the thanks from Inspector Aberline, I think they took the bait, even if they were defending themselves. Think of the second. We must be ready if he kills again. Either way, we must keep up the correspondence, be responsive. The idea will save us. We will get the information firsthand and we will make history. But stay quiet and keep a low profile. I'm not really in the know, and you will be the first one who gets it if there's trouble. CM.
What does that mean? I've inspected everything, but there's no sign of Bulling. He must have dashed off to his HQ, the Wasp's Nest. However, before I go to see him, I should find out about this mysterious information. It could help me get something out of the journalist. To the police station, then.
To the police station!
Let's go to the police station.
Let me move. Thank you. Oh,
Come, come. Back again, are we? Come this way, good man. The inspector has a few questions to ask you. Here is the man, Inspector.
Congratulations, Humphreys. So, my lad, one would say that you owe us a bit of an explanation for having left something with us. What
we
is your
left all
full
the
name and
jewels.
profession?
Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective.
Well, how about that?
Mr. Holmes, can you explain this get-up, your presence in the neighbourhood despite my instructions, as well as this most opportune restitution of jewels?
Firstly, I should tell you that not being under your command, I never understood what you said as an order, but rather as advice. I thought I would be wise to follow them to a certain extent. I intended to explain the stolen goods sooner or later. My presence here will allow me to fill you in on a few conclusions that...
If it is in regard to the Whitechapel murders, it won't help us much. We have no doubt that we will be revealing the identity of the murderer to the people in the area in a day or two.
I'm impressed, Inspector, and I offer you my sincerest congratulations. Nonetheless, you should investigate a certain doctor.
Listen, Holmes, let us do our work. You've rid us of a great pain in the rear end by finding those jewels for us. It's weeks of work that you've saved us. But I think you're a little underqualified for a case like that of Jack the Ripper. Until it's over, I demand that you do not set foot in the area. Is that clear?
I take note of your advice, Inspector. You mentioned Jack the Ripper. Pardon me, but you know the name of the murderer?
Oh, it's from a letter that the Central News Agency sent our way. It was written by the killer. And even if it can't be proven, it must be recognised that the signature is striking. This information is confidential, and I would ask you to keep it to yourself, Holmes.
Can I have a little look? Out of mere curiosity, Inspector. Then I shall disappear.
I like that.
In that case, I don't see any objection.
You don't see
Thank you
why
so much.
someone can't just snoop over the evidence out of interest. Cher patron, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I've laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about leather aprons gave me real fits. I'm down on whores, and I shan't quit ripping them till I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You'll soon hear of me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I should hope. Haha. The next job I do, I shall clip the lady's ears off and send to the police officers just for jolly, wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp, I want to get to work right away if I get a chance. Good luck, yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. P.S. One wasn't good enough to paste this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it, no luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Ha ha. I think that's like the actual Ripper, but I think it started with Dear Boss, not Cher Patron. I think.
Me? Not up to discovering who Jack the Ripper is? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we, Inspector Aberline? I know who wrote the Dear Boss letter signed Jack the Ripper that Inspector Aberline gave me, and above all, I now know why. This Tom Bulling was inspired by this fantastical character to build a myth out of the Whitechapel killer. Perhaps he would be receptive if I shared my discovery about him and prevent him from accusing Squippy. I must find him at once. My best bet would be to try my luck at the pub.
Oh, the pub.
Ah, Holmes, I got your message, and here I am.
Yeah, we sent him a text, you see.
Perfect, Watson. That oaf Bluto is looking for us with evil intentions.
The Dear Boss letter was
He may be
a
hiding here. I will try to get more
hoax.
information inside. You, Watson, will be our lookout, and at the
I
slightest
think at the
suspicious
time
sound, do not
they
hesitate
thought it was a
to call the
hoax,
constable
and
on
I
his
think now
rounds.
they definitely think it was a hoax. Not from actual Jack. Old saucy Jack.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Bully.
We know each other?
No, however, I have some information that may be of interest to you.
Talk, my friend. A pint for you if what you say is worth something. Does it have to do with the Whitechapel murders?
Indeed, I know the identity of the man who wrote a letter to the police, a letter entitled Dear Boss, in which the author claims to be the Whitechapel murderer and is signed Jack the Ripper.
What?
It's a journalist who is inspired by Spring-Heeled Jack in order to strengthen the credibility and the seriousness of his agency. This new Jack will give him some first-hand information that he, in turn, will dole out sparingly to the authorities, as well as some carefully distilled indiscretions that the big papers will come to beg of him. He plays both sides off against one another and becomes the chief orchestrator of the rumour. He wrote this letter in this very spot, and he has red ink on his fingers. Like you.
What exactly are you after, my friend?
You've been threatening a certain Squibby to distribute a telegram naming him as a possible suspect in these murders in revenge for an old feud. I would suggest you don't write this note, and that you leave Squibby alone.
I'd forgotten about
Poor
the existence
Squibby.
of that rapscallion. I threw that at him when I was visiting the station to get the dope. You should have seen his face.
You must also stop sending these letters that waste the authorities' precious time.
Right, well, I don't even know what you're talking about. I have a great relationship with the Bobbies. Just ask around. I don't have to answer to nobody. Now leave me alone.
Right.
Farewell, sir.
Good riddance.
Ah. Was I supposed to talk to him about something?
I have nothing further to say. Leave me alone.
I guess not.
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous.
Yeah, I'm going to keep trying it though.
You wouldn't be the gas man that Bluto's looking for.
Don't know him.
Is he a bit angry?
Let's hurry to the police station, Watson. We are close to our goal. Squibby will be able to reveal what he knows about Tumblety. Squibby, so that's it. You're a free man again. We were just coming to the station to find you.
Yeah, the Bobbies agreed to let me go and I came to see Bluto before ferreting you out. So, you've seen the newspaper man?
Yes, he is in the pub and everything is taken care of, but I'm waiting to hear what you have to say about Dr. Tumblety.
Okay, but we have to be quick. One night I goes to see Bluto in his hideout that ain't far from the boarding house where this Tumblety bloke has a room. I see him coming in too. He must have been on one real binge. To the point, the Tumblety fella was there, and he smiles at me, all nice like. He tells me he's a great Yankee doctor, but my business interests him. I'm interested, I tell him, but I'm not the type to just jump right in without getting to know a person, see? He invites me around to his room to talk business, just him and me. We empty a bottle or two, and all of a sudden, like, he wants to show me what he's got in this big trunk that he always carts around places. I just about vomited, see? In these jars, just like pickles, you know, there were pieces of meat. And he whispers that it's the lady bits of some old dames. He called them peckywins. I call them love killers, I would. Yuck! After that, he starts to go on about rich folk. They ain't nothing but dogs, and I won't tell you the worst of it. Then he comes all close to me and puts his sweaty hand on my leg. He was one of them types, not me. I don't wait a second before I give him a good thrashing, and I start running and let go of him, and he still wants to see me again just to talk business. But then I had to do time, so business.
Do you know where he can be found?
Why, ain't he in his digs? Maybe he got to liking life behind bars too. I heard that in some jobs there's a way to.
Thank you for your information, and we'll meet again, my friend.
There's a way to
Here's
what?
the sum I promised to get you out of London.
Ciao, fella. I've just got a little score to settle with Bluto, and I'm heading for the country.
Lipsky!
What's happening?
My dear Watson, we must strike while the iron is hot. We have avoided meeting Dr. Tumblety until now. The time has come to do so.
Do you have an opinion, Holmes?
We must assure ourselves that the factor collector of female organs and a murderer who removes said organs are resident in the same area at the same time is nothing more than coincidence.
I thought that you wouldn't bring me back your keys. Oh, it's you, Mr. Holmes. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, it is I again. One of your tenants left without returning his keys?
Yes, it's Dr. Tumblety whom we spoke about. Shortly after your last visit here, some constables came and asked me a few questions regarding him. Barely had they left than the doctor came barreling around a street corner and rushed up into his room upstairs. A little while afterwards, while I was tidying, I heard a thud in his room and a rush down the stairs. He left with most of his bags, but without returning his keys. You can go up and see if you wish. The door is still open.
I shall.
You have
Let's go. It's this one, I think, doesn't it? Oh.
Careful, Watson. Do not walk around here until I've inspected these marks.
I know, Holmes, I know. I understand your methods. Ah, you have your rule and magnifying glass. I thought that you had forgotten them, Holmes.
All right, K-Wolf,
I
thanks
never
for
forget
dropping
the
in.
Essentials, my dear Watson. Size 13. Right foot, light trails. The man was running. Right foot, light trail. Right foot, light. This isn't water. Going by its sticky texture and odour, I'd say we're dealing with formalin. These are the footprints of a tall man who had recently stepped in formalin and who left this room in a hurry.
Well, can I walk on it and enter the room now, Holmes?
He didn't take much of his stuff, did he? Do not understand how you found yourself in this situation. Your passionate discussions on the legitimacy of this war should have convinced more than one. I still remember when you intimidated him during that meeting. You struck that very characteristic pose and you explained Vicksburg is the key. The war can never be brought to a close until that key is in our pocket. We applauded. I'm sure that even Lincoln himself would have applauded. During these dark hours, it was rare to have the occasion to laugh. So many deaths, ending with our much-loved president killed by this coward and left to join those of the victory at Gettysburg, who courageously fell so that next day the key would be in our pocket.
If this letter is addressed to him, it would appear our doctor is a veteran of the American Civil War. Vicksburg is the key. Now, that is interesting.
Is it, though? I don't know what any of that means. I know nothing about the American Civil War. Dear Francis, it's impossible for us to meet again. I am feeling terrible, as pursuing our relationship further would put both my marriage and my reputation in danger. I must return to that life of love, fleeting and physical, in which a few coins to these young men assures corporal peace and anonymity. These growing feelings I have for you make me scared, and I would prefer to shun this passion for the fear that it may never leave me. Perhaps we should cross paths again one day in a discreet location where like-minded men meet. I know that you frequent them regularly. You never hide yourself. For my part, I will spend more time with my wife and girls in order to find the serenity, and I hope to throw a veil of oblivion over our passionate embraces. All the best, Charles. Oh. My dear Francis, it is in putting aside our common past, and this is a friend, that I am sending you these words. I have learned from mutual friends of your recent trouble with the law. You should be more careful. England has nothing in common with the Wild West, but her seedy areas can be just as dangerous. Your attraction to young rogues will cost you dearly one of these days, whether it be the end of an alley or on the benches of a jury. A man of your quality and fortune does not have to frequent the hovels and bring his pistol with him everywhere. It's not necessary to use violence to find partners, unless this violence pleases you. Certain circles that we used to frequent are open to you. Take advantage of this healthy and respectable company rather than demeaning yourself with these destitute lads. And pray, get rid of that god-awful chest. Who knows what the people to whom you show, while bragging, must think and speak of it? The man you once loved, Henry.
This Dr. Tumblety seems to be attracted to men more than women. That much is clear.
I mean, that
the
much has
doctor
been
has
clear for a long
handgun,
while.
and he would use it to restrain young men, perhaps. There are a few pieces of a large glass jar in this puddle. The man who left the footprints on the ground must have walked in it while fleeing.
Is that supposed to be a uterus?
Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe. These brackets are rather unusual. What do you think, Watson?
Let's see, Holmes. These are the names of the battles from the American Civil War.
Oh, God. I mean, I literally know nothing.
Let's see. 5 latches, each fitted with a 6-number combination system.
I hope there's stuff around here to tell me the answers to that. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to Google, because I don't know. Unless
These footprints are the same as those
anyone in
found in front
chats
of the door.
knows anything.
These footsteps must be those of Squibby. He must have hit Tumblety, who dropped one of his jars.
And he ran out. Elementary, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson.
I can't find any more information about anything to do with civil wars. Right. Vicksburg is the key. So Gettysburg was before Vicksburg. Gettysburg was the day before
Going by its
Vicksburg.
size, this
The Morrow, the key, yeah. So there should be 2 that are the day before each other, right? Oh, and are these dates American wise? But those are the only ones that are in the same year.
I am under the impression that the dates written correspond to the battles, Holmes, but one is missing.
Okay, so maybe Vicksburg is missing. Can't change those. I assume these are like hats of people involved, but I don't... Do they go in like... That's 1865. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dates. We've got 6 dates there. It says victory. I'm going to Google the date of Gettysburg. And see if it's one of these. 1st of July 1863. I mean, none of those are the 1st of July 1863, are they? July the 1st to 3rd, 1863. Okay, so that's the 3rd of July 1863, right? So that could be 03, 07. Six, 3. And then that would be 0407. Ah. Maybe? But then I don't know, like, what flag and what hat would go with it. Let's look up some others. Chancellorville. Chancellorsville battle dates. 30th of April to the 6th of May, 63. So... that one? Antietam? Americans are probably shaking their head at me right now. '17th of September, 62. So that's that one. Oh, 9, 62. Fort Sumter. '12th of April, 1661. Okay. I'm gonna look up Vicksburg as well. That was the 29th of December to the 11th of January, 1862 to 1863. I found a Vicksburg flag. One of those. I think I'm just going to have to Google this one, because... like, Google the actual answer rather than Googling all about the American Civil War, because I don't even know what to search for. Are we there? Okay, so I've got the flags. I don't know how I'd know. Like, I'm sure there is a way to know. I'm sure some people would know. I don't know how I would know. That looks right. Oh no, that one. And then, oh, I got that flag right.
Elementary.
Was it? Was it elementary?
This is dreadful, Holmes. This trunk contains 4 jars in
We
which
can't see it.
organs are floating.
Watson, can you tell me at a glance what
glitched.
these organs are?
I would say that they are parts of female reproductive organs.
Are these specimens fresh?
No, and I am quite certain of it. From the colour and appearance, I'd say
Yeah, I
these
think he's
organs
just
have
a
been in
weirdo
these
with a
jars
collection.
for several months, if not years.
I don't think he's the one that's
Let's
been
go
doing
to
the
Baker
murderings.
Is there someone here?
Yes.
What's going on, Finley? You seem to be in a panic.
The 2 police officers wanted to know if someone suspicious had entered here. The Whitechapel killer has struck again, and if I understood correctly, he killed 2 women in the past few hours.
Where?
I don't know. The police didn't tell me anything.
Quick, Holmes. We must catch up with them.
Certainly not, Watson. Mr. Finley, do you know if the doctor had any other pieces of luggage up there apart from this trunk?
1 or 2, I think.
Do you take care of the doctor's laundry?
My wife does laundry for the tenants once a week. The sheets likewise.
Would you be kind enough to let us know as soon as possible if the doctor shows up again?
Certainly. I'm just worried that he won't be back, you see, and I'm annoyed about my keys.
Holmes, I don't follow. The Whitechapel killer is, at this very moment, very close by, and we are just staying put, twiddling our thumbs.
The Whitechapel killer has always been nearby, and what will we do? Go back to the scene of the crime or crimes and mix with the onlookers and trample the crime scenes even more? No, our time will come. Let's return to Baker Street.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
I mean, we will, but... Oh,
We
no,
were
we
less
are.
than 200
I was going to
feet
say, we
away
will
from
after the
first
break.
victim a few minutes before she was murdered. We might
There
even
could
have
be
heard the murderer's
cutscenes.
voice, and we haven't done a thing for the past week.
You're the one not doing anything, Watson. For my part, I have been working, and as you know, I've made good use of this week by tracking down and verifying all of the solid facts on these 2 murders to write up the notes that are on my desk, read them over again and try to gain a bit of perspective.
Right. Now we'll have a break, and then we'll read the notes. Where's my mouse gone? Where is it? I can't see it. It's gone. Where is it? Ah, found it. Do you want to hear a joke? It's not a very good joke. Did you hear about the man who ate his pillow in his sleep? He woke up feeling a bit down in the mouth.
It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
A one key, if you will. That's pretty.
I like that you're eating this shark dinner. I'm just eating like rotten old meat that we had. I mean, it's not rotten. It's this grilled steak
It's
from
not
old. It's good.
rotten. Hey,
It's good. It's all right.
I
It's no shark dinner.
slaved over that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the slavery, but you know.
I appreciate the slavery.
Appreciate the slavery.
Are we done?
That's the last of them? No, that was poor.
Tiberia as planned.
What happened to Mayor Saxabar?
Sighing deeply, Chief Gretzky clarifies, Mayor Saxabar, there's no such thing in vaudeville. You must be confused, Detective.
I'm
That
very
cigar is
confused.
just a circus man, nothing more.
You told me I had to investigate the murder of Mayor Saxabar. That's what... Oh, please do it. No, not you. Oh, John Watson, get out my way. Get out my way. John, get that way. That way, please. That way. Yep, forward. No. Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh.
May I ask for your assistance?
Don't remind me of anything.
No, I just want you to move out the way. No.
Truly, a change of scenery does wonders for one's constitution.
Right, let's have a read. Notes on the murder of Liz Stride at Dutfield's Yard. Certain information that I've collected must be verified. Liz Stride, nickname Long Liz, 45 years old, height 5'5", occasional prostitute. She lived for the past 3 years in a stormy relationship with a certain Kidney, a waterside labourer, 36 years of age, whom she left a few days earlier. She charged him with assault but failed to appear in court and the case was thrown out. The victim was discovered dead by one Louis Diemschultz at 1 o'clock in the morning on September 30th. The man's first thought was to verify if his wife in the building next door was still alive before sounding the alarm. The two doctors who came at the police's request to the scene of the crime in the moments after the discovery of the corpse put the time of death after 12:46 a.m. Cause of death, hemorrhage due to a throat injury. The weapon was a small knife with a large blunt edge. The verification of this statement is necessary. Could this wound have been caused by another tool? Neither the body nor the clothes were damaged, soiled, or disturbed by the killer. The right hand was open, stained with blood and resting on the chest. The left hand was on the ground, partially closed, holding a packet of pastils. The location of the discovery was a courtyard called Dutfield's Yard, whose doors lead onto Berner Street in Whitechapel. The victim was found stretched out on the ground a few inches from the wall of one of the buildings served by this courtyard, the International Working Men's Club. The association, composed mainly of Jews originally from Russia and Poland, were organising a conference that night on the subject "Why Should Jews Be Socialists?", presided by Mr. Maurice Eagle. The meeting ended around 11:30 p.m, but many members remained to debate and sing within the premises of the association. An American present that evening declared to have been in the courtyard at 12:20 a.m. and went into the street and didn't see anything unusual. He then returned back inside the club. His estimation of time spent outside is approximate at best. Two witnesses were quoted by the press: Constable Smith, who was doing his rounds in the area on the night in question, and a Hungarian by the name of Schwartz, who made his statement at the police station accompanied by an interpreter because he does not speak English. The transcription of these statements by the press should be treated with caution. It would be advisable, if at all possible, to consult the exact contents. Observe the clothing worn by the victim as well as her possession at the time of discovery of the body. Clothing: long black cloth jacket, fur trimmed around the bottom with a red rose and white maidenhair fern pinned to it. Black skirt, black crepe bonnet. Checked neck scarf knotted on left side. Dark brown velveteen bodice. Two light serge petticoats. One white chemise, white stockings, spring-sided boots. Two handkerchiefs. One is noted to have fruit stains on it. A thimble, a piece of wool wound around a card. Wool wound around a card. In the pocket and her underskirt, a key, a small piece of lead pencil. 6 large and 1 small button. A comb, a broken piece of comb, a metal spoon, a hook as from a dress, a piece of muslin, 1 or 2 small pieces of paper. Note on the murder of Catherine Eddowes. Catherine Eddowes, 46 years old, height 5 foot, occasional prostitute. She had a regular relationship for several years with one John Kelly, a man of no regular employment, about the same age as the victim. The victim was found dead at 1:44 a.m. on September 30th by P.C. Watkins on his rounds. He secured the area by calling to the watchman of the White House, located some feet from the crime scene. According to the doctor who arrived on the scene at 2:18 a.m., the victim had been dead for a half hour. Unlikely, but we know from experience how hard it is to precisely establish the time of death when the corpse has been very mistreated. Cause of death: hemorrhage due to throat wound. The medical examiner also confirmed that, additionally, the extractions were committed on the corpse were done post-mortem by a right-handed man possessing a long-bladed knife. The victim was subject to numerous mutilations. The victim was found stretched out in a dark corner of Mitre Square, a notorious meeting spot for prostitutes and their clients because of its remote, poorly lit location. It should be noted that the victim was freed from the Bishopsgate Street police drunk tank at 1 o'clock in the morning. Mitre Square was visited at 1:30 a.m. by PC Watkins coming from Mitre Street, and at 1:42 a.m. by PC Harvey coming from the Church Passage. The two police constables didn't see anything suspicious in the area, but it should be noted that PC Harvey didn't enter into Mitre Square, unlike PC Watkins. The watchman who came to lend a hand to Watkins at the time of the discovery of the body had been awoken during the time of the crime. Excuse me. His door is located a few feet from the spot where the victim was dying and didn't hear anything until the police's call. Does that mean he'd been awake during the time of the crime? Firstly, we must note that the clothing worn by Catherine Eddowes are very characteristic, I think, in particular the patterned green chintz skirt as well as the white men's vest. A few of her possessions, including the thimble, were found around the corpse. The white apron was found on the corpse, with a part missing. Thus, this missing part, previously re-sewn, thus ensuring authenticity, was found at 12:55 a.m. on the night of the murder by PC Alfred Long, who states the object wasn't there at his preceding patrol at 2:20 a.m. The piece of bloody apron was found in the entrance hall leading to the stairs of 108 to 119 Wentworth Model Dwellings on Goulston Street. At the right of the entrance, just above the apron, was found the following inscription in chalk. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. The Wentworth Model Dwellings building, almost exclusively occupied by Israelites, and Goulston Street being the site of a very popular, much frequented market, he decided to erase the inscription before the day broke. Catherine Eddowes' belongings, wearing at the time of her murder black straw bonnet trimmed in green and black velvet with black beads, black strings worn tied to the head, black cloth jacket trimmed around the collar, and cuffs with imitation fur, and around the pockets in black silk, braid and fur. Large metal buttons, dark green chintz skirts. Hello, Imperiality. We are just discussing murders. How are you doing? Dark green chintz skirt, 3 flounces, brown button on waistband. The skirt is patterned with Michaelmas daisies and golden lilies. Man's white vest, matching buttons down front. Brown linsey bodice, black velvet collar with brown buttons down front. Grey stuffed petticoat with white waistband. Very old green alpaca skirt worn as undergarment. Very old ragged blue skirt with red flounces, light twill lining worn as undergarment. White calico chemise, pair of men's lace-up boots, mohair laces. Right boot repaired with red thread. 1 piece of red gauze silk worn as a neckerchief. 1 large white pocket handkerchief with red and white bird's eye border. 2 unbleached calico pockets, tape strings. 1 blue striped bed-ticking pocket, brown ribbed knee stockings, darned with white cotton. Possessions, 2 small blue bags. 2 short black clay pipes. 1 tin box containing tea. 1 tin box containing sugar. 1 tin matchbox empty. 12 pieces white rag. 1 piece coarse linen white. 1 piece blue and white skirting, 3-cornered. 1 piece red flannel with pins and needles. 6 pieces soap. 1 small tooth comb. 1 white handle table knife. 1 metal spoon. 1 red leather cigarette case with white metal fittings. 1 ball hemp. 1 piece of old white apron with repair. Several buttons and a thimble. Mustard tin containing 2 pawn tickets. 1 in the name of Emily Burrell, 52 Whites Road, dated August 31st. 9 cents for a man's flannel shirt. 9 cents? 9 pence for a man's flannel shirt. The other is in the name of Jane Kelly of 6 Dorset Street and is dated September 28th, 2 shillings for a pair of men's boots. Both addresses are false. Printed handbill. Portion of a pair of spectacles. 1 red mitten. As far as I remember from what I've read of Jack the Ripper, that is all accurate.
I have read and reread them, but give me something to do then. A task where I can get stuck in, because...
Find me a slaughterhouse that will give us exclusive use
Which
of
is good for daily socialising, I think.
Find me, in your opinion, which common
I am
animal
indeed
shares
well
the most
too.
characteristics with humans from a physiological point of view?
Pig?
I don't even know
Pig!
why I asked that question. Pray, find a dozen fresh pig's heads, Watson. Not big heads, I prefer small ones.
Sows?
That's it, Watson. As soon as you have done that, let me know. I request that you search in Whitechapel. Who knows? Perhaps you will learn something about where Dr.
Apparently.
Templeton may be hiding.
We're gonna go find some pig's
shortage of
heads.
slaughterhouses and pig's heads in those parts.
Right. Where are we going to go looking for pigs' heads then?
What a ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me.
See, Watson tells me what to do. Holmes bloody doesn't. Lucy was around here somewhere, right? You right up there? Where was Lucy? Oh, Lucy's in the brothel. I remember.
I must go to Miss Bella's.
I feel like it de-escalated from Jack the Ripper to finding pigs' heads.
Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes, it's my uncle. He's no longer with us.
Please accept my condolences, miss.
Thank you, Doctor. But why are you here? Can I help you?
Yeah, we're investigating Jack the Ripper.
My request may sound rather strange, but do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
Has he got the syphilis?
Do you know anything about the 2 latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Alright. So where is it?
Ah, there's Fletcher's butcher shop.
It's closed there.
Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick butcher have got to?
We're gonna chop heads off pigs, are we, John? Oh, he'll be at the clinic.
Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Did he get bitten by a badger?
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis. A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury. He left London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh, no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys
John.
with family in the area?
You can't just go around chopping heads off pigs because Holmes wanted some pig heads.
Shop. They're in business. They're good friends.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beep beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic. Besides
what? Besides. Hello there.
It's me that you're looking for, sweetheart.
You escaped the cats then?
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman? It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows up, and with him all the cats hereabouts.
Do you know where he lives?
Sure, and for a copper I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street.
Hanbury
in the same
Street.
place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Why did you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah! He's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife, and 3 months before that his girl, poor fella. He was in tatters. Even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
Well, I must leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
Hanbury Street. What was that one, I think?
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed.
Beep beep.
Hello.
Beep, beep.
Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman?
That's me.
I am Dr. Watson. I have come to see you about Fletcher's shop. I would like to use it for an hour
You
or
really
two.
want to be a
If
butcher,
you have
do
the
you?
keys and your rates are reasonable.
Do you want to operate on someone in the butcher's?
Not at all. One of my friends needs it to prepare pig's heads.
Well, why not? Fletcher certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
A problem? How so?
This morning, the neighbour above broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink.
So?
Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key.
Good Lord.
Which is pretty thin. And bam, that one broke too.
Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed.
It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy, if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs.
Fine, I will try to find all of that. Well, see you later then.
Goodbye, sir.
Right, so what are we doing? Upstairs, you say? Oh, so we need to go back to the butcher's shop, I guess.
I have no reason to go that way.
Or not. So when you say
I have
upstairs...
no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
Cat's meat. It's meat for cats, not meat made of cats. Just so we're all on the same page. Ah, this is why I can go upstairs here.
Oh, no. But what a... Ah, how dreadful.
It's the meat for the cats.
Kebabs. The same as Hardiman's. So he prepares his meat here.
What do you mean the same as Hardiman's? They are Hardiman's, aren't
My
they?
word. These are innards.
Why are we...
This bag contains butcher's equipment.
I thought this was Hardiman's place. Is this not... Is this where Annie Chapman... Have I gone in the wrong...
Where can
No,
I
look,
find
it
a
is.
key with a simpler blade? On a worthless door, perhaps.
I don't know why you're so shocked, my dude. Like... I don't understand.
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
No. What do you mean by a worthless door? Here?
This key was left inadvertently. Indeed, there is nothing terribly precious inside. But what a stench.
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this.
I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs.
Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
But why do it in the stairwell?
Offal bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen.
Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings? Ah,
Fair point.
Of course. But what about your poor neighbours? They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. And I don't have a shop either. Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads? The guy who gets me my offal should have some. I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance. I'll do my best, Doctor.
Crimes are criming. We, however, are trying to source some pig's heads.
The caretaker
for
of another building
reasons.
told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true? Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington
Also, hi Kay.
Station.
How's it
By
going?
the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences. Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths. My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease. Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories. Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for. As for me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together.
The butcher's not
Let's
around,
return
but
to
we're just
Fletcher's
gonna
butcher shop.
use the butchers for
Your
purposes.
eggs are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day.
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
Dude.
Holmes, will you explain the reason and rhyme behind this masquerade?
Elementary. We shall conduct an experiment that will allow us to answer a simple question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession?
I feel like heads aren't the right bit of the pig to be using in that case.
And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
Yep. We're gonna put them all on the wall. Oh, hello. Euclid, it's not a scratching post, thank you. Hi. How are you? You having a nice day, Puss? You come to help us solve some murders? Yeah? Good boy. Hi. Right, what are we doing? You missed the cat food man. Oh, is that why you came over? Because you heard me talking to the cat food man. You heard me talking about meat for cats. And you didn't want to miss any. Thank you for the kisses. Hi. So what am I doing? There's nothing to interact with. Oh, here we go.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding. There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door.
Okay, so we need something to help a wheel slide. Do I have anything in my pockets? I have a knife.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Stab you.
What are we doing, Holmes?
I don't know. Oh.
And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations,
No.
Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
Oh, that hand was on the door.
I need more information.
Yeah, I know, but... But what am I supposed to do? Ooh! Okay.
I need something.
Okay, what do you need? Hello. There's nothing else to pick up. All I've got in my pocket is that. Oh, that is what you need. Okay. Sure. Right. And then... Because, of course, you chop wheels off with knives.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door
I
from
know
sliding.
it does, my dude, but I thought maybe we could put this wheel on it. No?
There, this door is slightly raised.
That's what we're doing.
There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door. This wheel is broken and prevents
Oh
the door
my
from sliding.
god, I know.
Elementary. While I prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives? A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins.
Separate
Then
what
find me
bones?
a
You've
long
only got
knife
the
that's
heads.
At least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself, and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
I've forgotten what you said about how long they need to be. So, you know. There's that. Right, so... Hi. Larger than a pocket knife. I don't know how long a pocket knife is. And a long knife that's 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade. Okay. Well...
With the rule, I must find a large...
What?
Size, 13 inches.
Well, that'll do it then, won't it? And a small one, right?
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Ah. Sharp and has a thick blade. A large sharp blade. Okay, so maybe
No,
that one.
Holmes only needs 2 knives.
I know, but I got the wrong ones, didn't I?
Thanks to the magnifying glass, I can find a small knife that matches Holmes's description. Fragments of cartilage. Fragments of cartilage. Large size. Fragments of cartilage. Fragments of cartilage. Fragments of cartilage.
How is this helping anyone? Right. Can we put these back? Right, let's start again. Euclid, don't walk over the keyboard. Thank you, Poppet.
Size, 11 inches.
Right, this one is 13 inches. So... Oh, I've got a pocket knife. Okay. And a butcher knife. And then... Wait, do I need to put the pocket knife in to find Euclid, not over the keyboard. Thank you, darling. If I put the pocket knife down... No? Can't do that. Okay. Well... Then I don't know how I know what's a small knife with a big blade.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Do you want a cleaver?
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
No. Oops.
Here are the knives you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp.
Would have been easier if
I
Holmes
must
had
say
gone
that
in
this
there and
experiment
found them
is
himself.
making me rather uneasy. Comparing animal heads to these poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this somewhat shocking experiment may help to end this massacre and save other victims. You can be sure
Yeah,
of
but
that.
torsos
Look,
would have been
these
better than
pig's
heads,
are still
surely.
bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the two knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man. Those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in Duckfield's yard, Miss Stride. With the help of these 4 knives, we are going to try to recreate these wounds on the pigs' heads and see what we can establish about the weapon or weapons used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3.
Oh, here we go. Right. What am I doing? And how do I do anything? Pigs look rather happy, don't they? I can't... How do I...
Let's see
oh,
if these
there we
knives
go.
can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard.
Wah!
It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp.
Whoopah!
This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice.
Whoopah!
In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin.
Whoopah!
Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh.
So they all could? Maybe? Or maybe not those two, because it's skinny? I don't know. Yeah, I'd
Look,
say the
Watson,
top or
the
bottom
blade
ones.
sinks easily into the flesh.
But then that one looks similar as well.
In using the cutting edge,
That one doesn't.
This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice.
That one looks the most like, I think.
It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp.
So that one? No. That one? Are we just going to have to do trial and error? Or do we... so we don't know if we're right or not. Okay.
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
No, indeed.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
Yeah.
The blade of this pocket knife... With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow. This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
So if he didn't manage to, it's probably that one, right? Maybe? Yeah, but he didn't manage to do it.
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin.
Okay, so say maybe that one. I mean, I'm telling you it's not the scalpel.
The wound is too shallow. Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh. Elementary.
Ah, so we got that one right.
Let's try to decapitate...
Charming.
Well...
Elementary.
Ah, because it's all of them, because they didn't manage to do it, so it's any that couldn't do it. Okay, and then
Let's see
this
if
one...
these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given.
I mean, maybe they all can.
The question is that of Dutfield's yard.
They all can. Right?
Elementary.
What's wrong with that one? Don't know. So, it's got to be this one.
That's it, Watson, the big knife. With respect to the opinion of the medical examiners who noted that a butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed. Furthermore, the Dutfield's Yard murder remains attributable for the moment to the Whitechapel killer. If we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner, why not go there now? We will try to reenact the killer's actions that night. Our first objective will be to clarify, one way or another, the statements of Constable Smith as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the International Working Men's Educational Club, underneath which the murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest.
Yes, let's go to Dutfield's Yard or wherever, but quickly. I am in urgent need of fresh air.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Hi, Nay, how's it going? Euclid, please, where are you going? You're all tangled. There you go. Good, I'm glad it's going good. We are mutilating pigs' heads for reasons. Where did we want to go? We wanted to go to the pub.
Don't forget the Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, sorry your plans were cancelled, unless you wanted them to be cancelled, but it's always nice to have an unexpected day with not a lot to do.
Hello.
I know you.
Hello.
You're Squibby's guardian angel. You weren't dressed the same last time, but I don't forget a face. No hard feelings, eh? Join me in a glass?
Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Fellows, plural?
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes, let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. Bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe.
Oh, that's what we saw in the cutscene ages
In a
ago.
menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify and identified Long Liz Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas. I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
If you're looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place. Me, I'm just here to pour. I don't care who you is, I knows nothing, and I don't care neither.
A draft, my good man.
Here, sir.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working
Thank
girl
you,
in a
Nay.
small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid. One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews even. They spend their evenings hollering.
Gotta
singing,
love some casual
gossiping, spitting on the
anti-Semitism.
bosses.
And you know the victim?
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith.
Could this be him?
Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What can I do for you?
He has got such a policeman voice.
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man.
A man?
It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
A man?
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old. Or
How the
even
hell
less.
would you know?
Say 28, or even less. 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say. But once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in 3/4 profile.
You saw him from behind, but you saw his face and you know he has a moustache. Dude.
Nobody else saw
Was it
this
you?
man?
Did you do the
discussed this
murder?
previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage to Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard.
Alright. Where is it? I guess it's here somewhere.
Dutfield's yard.
Aha!
Your interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location, Dutfield's Yards to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
Right, so... That's 1 a.m.
1 a.m. Mr. Deemschutz wants to enter with his cars, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Deemschutz, therefore, must have disturbed the killer.
That's midnight.
Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone.
12:20.
12:20 a.m. The American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted.
12:30.
12:30 to 12:35 a.m. Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package.
12:40.
12:40 a.m. Eagle, the president of the club, enters the Workers' Club via the passageway through Dutfield's yard. He passed through Dutfield's yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened.
12:43.
12:43 a.m. Israel Swartz passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride.
12:44.
12:44 a.m. Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, "Lipsky." The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, Lipsky, indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable. 12:45 a.m. Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson.
It's like there? No. It's got to be after that. No? No? Hmm. Oh, is it here? It's got to be here then, maybe.
12:45 to 1 a.m. The murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened.
Oh yeah, because he didn't witness the murder. He witnessed
in order to finish this
her
investigation,
being
Watson.
attacked, not being killed.
This door leads to the Club for Jewish Socialist Workers. Watson, imagine the victim laid down
I'm
there
sorry,
on
but
the
this is
ground.
funny every time. It really shouldn't be funny, but it's funny.
The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards.
Right hand. Only one wound, it proved to be mortal. Murderer struck the blow from above. The murderer is a lumberjack. Sure. Right-handed. Strongman.
Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils. Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist.
Is that
The ground is
everything?
muddy. Her knees and dress, they are clean.
Okay. Anything else to look at? Nope. Bloody right hand and wrist, the carotid wasn't slit, so the victim put her hand on her throat. Mezzaluna. It was thin. The victim didn't struggle on the ground. She was killed lying down. I don't know. Maybe they're standing. Curled upright. And then she'd be shorter. No. The killer would be taller. No? There we go.
We have two possibilities. The first is that Liz Stride's killer and the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman. No, that's not it.
The bag of pastels, Holmes.
The bag of pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes. Here we are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead. As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighbourhood makes me ill at ease.
What? Hanging around murder scenes makes you ill at ease? No way. Right. This will have to wait until after the break, though. So, I will see you in a couple of minutes.
The Venatorian power is on the rise, and this part's mine.
You're not keeping that relic.
You won't be releasing any more demons.
And you're the smuggler. I know you. You're part of the threat crime syndicate. Smuggling, sure. But Red, Lyrium, working with Venatori.
You just
not your style.
Here they are. My son.
Okay, now this makes more sense. Let's go. I don't know what any keys are.
Why don't my parents understand that I can't live without music? Music for me is like a path to a different world. It's impossible to live without it. Without music, the boredom is unbearable. Problems are easier to solve if you see life like playing a game.
Whoa!
Now that's better. After all, anything is possible.
Dare without some.
Why are we not eating the nachos?
In the closet. Even mine.
As well as a chance to be of service past my allotted years. But there are considerations.
Would that make Manfred son of a lich?
Come, we have flowers to gather for the dead.
Okay. Dwell deeper into the inner workings of your forge. Find out how states grabbers and space switches will become useful in designing quantum algorithms. This is hardcore. Discover your knowledge vault. Is that what we call my brain now? Maybe that's what I need to start calling my brain. This is my knowledge vault. Right up here. These fundamentals will get you all set to be... Yes, I'm not a robot. My mum liked it. Thanks, Mum. Oh, sorry. It's so sad. This game's really sad. It makes me cry. Sweeping tool, aim at the surface, hold, and then, yep. Cool beans. Right, back to Mitre Square we go. Okay. Oh. I see evidence.
Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
This spot is very dark, Holmes.
That is probably why our murderer chose it. Let's see, we'll need a lantern.
Good, because I can't see what's going on there. Anything else anywhere? Oh, hello. But also,
This
I'm
is
supposed
Mitre
to be looking
Street,
at exits.
from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. Nothing of interest here.
Okay. No, this doesn't count as an exit.
This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place. Nothing of interest here. Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson. Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present?
Dr. Watson, of course. Delighted. And you? I have known for a few days that you are a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Is that so?
It is so.
Don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who gave me away. Am I right?
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb and half a cake.
They made a good deal out of it, so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favour, that you do not reveal my identity.
You have
I'm
my
Batman,
word.
you see.
Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumours are circulating, but they are but rumours. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the two recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing, a few minutes before the body was found at the end of this passage. Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the 3 men, my friend Joseph, left that night with 2 other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit earlier, when Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited. He saw a man and a woman in discussion at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other 2, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange, and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of two rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
After the murder, did these three men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about 5 foot 7 inches, light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant.
That doesn't match the description that the
impossible to
policeman
recognise
gave
him.
us.
And the woman?
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the two, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again, and the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
I need something. This building is the Great Synagogue of London. Closed.
Closed. There's a pussycat fighting.
Now then, we will need a lantern.
We've got a lantern.
Take the lantern, Watson.
This looks like it's going to get a bit gruesome, guys. I mean, if you're watching a game called Sherlock Holmes vs. Jack the Ripper,
The head is turned towards the
you
left.
must
The murderer
be
must
up
have been
for a
on the
bit of
right side
gruesome,
of his victim.
I guess.
Let's look at her from the front.
Gruesome.
The eyelids were cut off. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side.
I mean, there's a lot of wounds.
The nose was cut.
Is that everything? Yes.
These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen. The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed. Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly. Do these objects spread out by the victim remind us of anything, Watson? A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils. The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Thank you, Watson.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people, in this case, those of the two policemen.
Police. Okay, 1:30.
1:30 a.m. P.C. Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds. If P.C. Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
I mean, I can see you. Writer's Day.
I see you, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson. Let's look at our timeline, Watson. Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30. 1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate. 1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the Church Passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
This way. I thought we said he didn't enter Mitre Square.
I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there. 1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there.
That is true.
1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson.
Hmm. 1:35 to 1:42.
1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Yeah, because it took 20 minutes.
There, Watson. We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible.
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
The items are meant for a woman. The items belong to the victim. The murderer searched her. A thimble is found. She held a thimble. He hates kidneys. You know anatomy. The behind the victim, I think. That's better. Say murderer. Central incision gives surgical manner. No. Like that of an animal. Likes order. No. Unfeeling and organised.
This spot is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing just now? It was found just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go.
Where? This way? No, that's the Imperial
I have no
Club.
reason to go that way.
No. No reason at all. It was at the entrance to lodgings.
I have no reason to go that way.
Well, I don't know. We had a map somewhere. I can't. It's too small to read.
I have no reason to go that way.
Nope.
Nothing of interest here.
Alright. Well, where are we going then?
I have no reason to go that way.
Oh, is it in Mitre Square?
Nothing of interest here.
Well, where?
Nothing of interest here.
Did the, this one say where it was? Goulston Street. Okay, so where's Goulston Street? It's not on there.
Nothing of interest here.
St. James Passage.
no reason to go that way.
Well... It's
Let's
a
go.
whole different place. You said a few steps away.
There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. I have no reason to go that way.
I don't know, it was open. I thought maybe...
Nothing of interest here. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
Are you going to say that every single sign?
I have no reason to go that way.
Well, where do we want to go then? Because...
I have no reason to go that way. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. I have no reason to go that way.
Here.
There's the spot where the apron and the message were found by PC Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's night time and the street is deserted, Holmes. That may come in handy. Who knows?
Yeah, we've learnt from the best. We just nick stuff. If you see your stuff, you nick the stuff. No, there's
that may
another
come
stuff.
in handy. Who knows?
Who knows, indeed.
Water.
Water.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Yeah, we're going to go fishing, my dude. Oh. Aha.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it. A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Can't poke it with the hook. Hi, Euclid. Maybe we need to find something else. Hey, bird. What's up? Ooh. Hello. Hi. I swear you used to be a parrot in a former life. You do like a good shoulder. Oh, aha.
An old wooden pole. A merchant probably threw it out.
Can you imagine if someone woke up and was like, "Oi, what are you doing with my watering can?"
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Yes.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
I don't know which entrance it was. Is it that one? No.
I have no reason to go that way.
I don't know which entrance it was. See, I'm lost. And it's one road. One straight road. And I'm still lost. Yeah, you're right to look at me with disdain, Puss.
There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
P.C. Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Lestrade was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edow's not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumours, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
We're just leaving that message there, though, are we?
I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
I don't know why we have mannequins knocking about the place. A little bit weird.
We shall place our mannequins here, Watson.
Also, I don't know why I'm running around doing all this. What did I open that for? Just general snoopage.
A wig. This will come in handy.
Anything else? Need one more mannequin, right?
I have no reason to go that way.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
We're missing a mannequin. Who saw them? No. Wait, hang on. You said they saw someone, right? And then you saw someone. And then we must have some stuff somewhere here about seeing someone. Here. Here.
Bravo, Watson. There are
Yes.
3 witnesses.
Right. What did you say? 30 years old, 5'7".
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
Years old, 5'7", light complexion, fair moustache, dark jacket, grey cap, red scarf. A light moustache, grey cap. Am I missing some items, maybe? I'm missing a dummy. The Whitechapel killer collects street. No, it's poor. Maybe. No organ trafficking in London. He diverted the attention. Proceeded in the same way. It's the same man. It's the same man. He's a tool. Great physical force. Ah. Oh, why, hello there, Kate Cat. Right. Now we've got them all. Right. So, you have a grey cap on. And a dark jacket? I mean, I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Right, 26, 5'8". Thank you. Oh, first day of uni. Sounds awesome. What's new with me? Nothing. Same old, same old. Short black outfit, small felt hats like a cap in a dark colour and a white collar. Dark brown moustache. Dark brown moustache. A cap.
Perfect, Watson.
Thank you. So this one's wrong. Five foot 7, light complexion, fair moustache, dark jacket, grey cap, red scarf. Dark jacket, grey cap, Fair mustache. What's wrong with that? 5'7".
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
Yeah, I heard about Shrek 5. Not sure if I'm convinced we need a Shrek 5. The game has been interesting. It's been quite gruesome. And at some points I felt a little bit uncomfortable because obviously it's real life events that happen to real women. But it's an interesting game. It's a fun game. Brown deerstalker hat, dark coat, working class, 40 years old, 5'3". Is Jack hot? No. Murderers are not hot. 40 years old. Dark hair and mustache.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Okay, so it's this one that I'm getting wrong somehow. Is it the colour of the wig? No? "30 years old, 5'7". Light complexion, fair mustache. "30 years old, 5'7".
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
"30 years old, light complexion, fair mustache". Is it... Do I change... Can I change the complexion? No, I think that's a glitch. Am I close to solving it? Well, I think there's only one more murder to go, from what I remember about Jack the Ripper. So, I can't change the complexion. What's wrong with it? What have I done wrong? Alright, Kate Cat. Thanks for popping in. Uh, 30 years old. 5'7". Fair mustache. Dark jacket, grey cap, red scarf. I don't have a red scarf. But then... What? I'm Googling. Euclid's on top of my PC. Here? Right. 5'3". Definitely says 5'7". 5'7". Alright, apparently it's 5'3".
Excellent. Now, on to the next step. Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomon Rich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5'7" tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5'3". Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them. As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two. Bravo, Watson. Our mannequins have been recreated.
I mean, there's
based on
quite a
the
difference between
correct
5'3" and
accounts.
5'8".
Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson. Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colours. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same colour as the other two. The three testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins.
So he's
Turn
blonde.
on the light, Watson.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson.
Yes, I have,
With regards
Holmes.
to the murderer's hair, the three witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility.
What? I don't understand. Determine the age range thanks to the tolerance of years indicated by Sherlock Holmes. Okay, so... But... Is that what I'm doing? Oh, that's 5 years. Then I need to do 4 years and 3 years. I am with it. 26, 34, 27 to 33.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Ah, because he saw him in light, so the tolerance will be less. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
Perfect, Watson. Perfect, Watson.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
So 33 fits in all of them.
Perfect, Watson. Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
Get changed.
Go back home or to a safe location, change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
It's the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
You could find this stuff yourself, Holmes.
I am in need of something.
First of all, let's place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
I can't remember. That was there, I think. Catherine Eddowes was there. No. There. Hey, K-Wolf! The graffiti was there. Polly Nichols was there. Elizabeth Stride was there, was it? No? Catherine Eddowes was Mitre Square. Liz Stride, Dutfield's Yard. Polly Nichols. Was where? Was Polly Nichols Bucks Road? Oh yeah, Elizabeth Stride was there. Annie Chapman.
Perfect, Watson.
I'm not
Let's
sure if I
connect
like
each
using their
crime scene
actual
to the one out
photographs.
of the others that is the furthest.
Also, I didn't hear what you just said. And you're not telling me what you just said. Good-o. What am I doing? Is that what I'm doing?
You see, Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched, or that he could be recognized.
So, the killer lives at the centre of this cross?
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other. Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. What? No, stop it. Ah.
There we are, Watson. Our killer lives in this area.
It's still rather a vast area.
Just
Holmes.
drew a random
Yes,
ellipsis.
indeed. And our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone.
Alright, but we'll have to do that after the break, because ads are 5 seconds away. Do you want to hear a joke? It's not a very good joke. Did you hear about the man who ate his pillow in his sleep? He woke up feeling a bit down in the mouth.
No living thing can approach it.
Manfred!
Manfred!
I choose you!
Come back!
Yeah, Manfred!
Last words for Karen before I.
Yeah, Manfred!
You miserable little.
Get fished! She has the right to bear arms. Oh, I'm so funny. And also 1 bare leg. There be cones. Ah! Okay, well that's new. Ha ha ha! Have I broken the game? Like 3 seconds in. Try that now.
I'm dead.
Oh. Where did the bed go?
It got blown up because I picked it up and then
Oh my fucking god! Right, can we move away from this island, please?
This one's...
Why did he die? Why did that happen? Why? Why would that be a thing that happens? Yeah, no, right. Okay. Are we ready?
Let's timer it, and then we have to run, okay?
Yeah. 3.
We'll timer it to press the button.
2. 1. Okay. Oh! I think that broke me.
Oh, man.
We both just jumped straight down the hole.
Holy moly. Oh, it's late. It's after 11. I can't say that now. Holy moly, you okay?
Right. What am I doing? Circle. There? That doesn't
Our
look very
killer must
circular.
surely live inside this circle. Now, let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined. There we are, Watson. The Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak,
They weren't all
sick, or
sex
alcoholic.
workers.
That he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged...
Yeah, I
from each of
don't
the
like them
bodies,
using her
without
actual
forgetting
photo.
the fact that he also removed one or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak...
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson. When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the
I'm not
corner
taking any
Church
of this in
Passage
if I'm
that
supposed to
night.
remember what he's
If
saying.
that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him.
I was complaining that he doesn't tell me what to do, and now he's literally just told me what to do, and I zoned out completely. Did I fill all this in then? Yes. There's nothing there to look at. So,
I have no reason to go that way.
Alright. Oh, we need to go to the newspaper offices. Right. He did say that. I don't know where they are. There.
Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once. Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? No, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I must show Bulling something to make him believe me.
Do I have anything?
What do you want?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
The traitor! He owes me, if I find him.
Before I leave, can you do me a favour?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts of the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
I am the detective, that's true. Over here, is it?
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated.
Well, I don't know.
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Okay. I don't know how I would know.
This compartment was repaired recently.
Okay, I don't know how that would help me. Aha. The blue envelopes from the dispatch compartments contain confidential facts that must not be discussed in the news. As a reminder, they contain the political personalities, essentially the royal family, and economic issues. This dispatches will be retained only to be diffused when Buckingham Palace or the ministers give us the authority. So blue is political, royal, or economic.
Closed.
Okay, so that's economy. Those are political and royal. I don't know if it matters which way around, because I need to find police and law. Okay. Repair the wood of the news and brief compartment. Okay. So That's that one. Sirs, the agency receives numerous dispatches. The filing system that you made appears to be too small, particularly for the world and society sections, which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below. Police, law, and culture, respectively. Would you be able to furnish a device in order to keep only one filing cabinet? Okay, so world and society overflow into police, law, and culture. So that's those two and those two, but I don't know which way around they go. To improve the dispatch filing, propose major info up high except news and brief, minor info down low except police law. Thus in future propose also to invert news and brief, which is for the moment up high, and police law, which is actually down low. Furthermore, the weather section is almost always empty. Okay, so weather is almost always empty. My dear George, your little brother had some misfortune. My first week of work was very grueling. First I was given a spot far from the stove, and I'm very cold in the morning. Next I have to sort through dispatches. The most tedious and boring work imaginable. Once the work is done, I must take each envelope to the journalist in question, who won't even deign to look at me. Finally, at the end of my third day, the boss called me to his office to give me a sermon. It seems I'd mixed up the dispatches. I was so worn out that I could only protest half-heartedly. He gave me a second chance. So now I'm in a sticky situation. The only helpful note comes from my colleague, Miss Filthin, a charming young woman who is the only one to give me a smile. She helps me as much as she can and tries to prompt me regarding which compartment I should put my dispatches, because everyone here knows the order of the sections, but no one has bothered to tell me. The lady has so much compassion and slides me notes such as politics and society are on the side, sports is underneath economy, personalities is at the end of the row, front page news is the first compartment, etc. And these confidences are almost words of love from her mouth. I don't think she likes placing the envelopes on the desk at all, because she ends up with some thanks that are very disturbing. I have volunteered for the task, much to everyone's displeasure. Nothing new concerning my landlady, but I managed to pay her for the week, and she consented to keep me. Don't say anything about my troubles to Mumsy, I don't want to alarm her. But not wanting to lie to her, I've chosen not to write. With regards, your brother Albert. Okay, so it said that front page is first. What else did it say? Politics and society are on the side. Okay. So does that mean politics goes there? Whoops. Sports is underneath economy. Personalities is at the end of the row. No. I don't know what that means. Politics and society are on the side. Personalities is at the end of the row. Front page news, the first compartment. Sports is underneath economy. Okay. What else did we have? News and brief is up high, police and laws down low. World and society overflow into the box below, police, law and culture. There was something about culture. What was there about culture? No, politics and society are on the side. I don't know what that means. Oops. World and society. Police is under world and culture is under society. So that must be inventions. so we can just guess. Ah, I got it right.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
Right, how do we unglue openings? We steam it open.
I need something.
You need some water, right?
Water.
Aha.
There, that will provide me with steam.
Is it lit? No, it is not. I wondered why I still have matches.
Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
Mr. Wynne E. Baxter in the East Middlesex coroner held an inquiry on Saturday 7th of April at the London Hospital respecting the death of Emma Elizabeth Smith, aged 45, a widow, lately living at 18 George Street, Spitalfields, who it was alleged had been murdered. Chief Inspector West of the H Division of Police attended for the Commissioners of Police. Mrs. May Russell, deputy keeper of a common lodging house, stated that she had known the deceased for about 2 years. On the evening of the bank holiday, 2nd of April, she left the home at 7 o'clock and returned at about 4 or 5 the next morning in a dreadful state. Her face and head were much injured, one of her ears being nearly torn off. She told the witness that she'd been set upon and robbed of all her money. Witness took her along to the hospital, and when passing along Osborne Street, the deceased pointed out the spot where she was assaulted. She said there were 3 men, but she could not describe them. Mr. George Haslip, house surgeon, stated that when the deceased was admitted to the hospital, she had been drinking but was not intoxicated. She was bleeding from the head and ear and had other injuries of a revolting nature. Witnesses found that she was suffering from a rupture of the peritoneum, which had been perforated by some blunt instrument used with great force. The deceased told him that at 1:30 that morning she was passing near Whitechapel Church when she noticed some men coming towards her. She crossed the road to avoid them, but they followed, assaulted her, took all the money she had, and then committed the outrage. She was unable to say what kind of instrument was used, nor could she describe her assailants, except that she said that one was a youth of 19. Death ensued on Wednesday morning through peritonitis set up by the injuries. Margaret Hayes, living at the same address as the deceased, deposed to seeing Mrs. Smith in the company with a man at the corner of Farrant Street and Burdett Road. The man was dressed in a dark suit and wore a white silk handkerchief around his neck. He was of medium height, but the witness did not think she could identify him. Chief Inspector West, H Division, stated that he had no official information on the subject and was only aware of the case through the daily papers. He had questioned the constables on the beat, but none of them appeared to know anything about the matter. The coroner said that from the medical evidence, which must be true, it was clear that the woman had been barbarously murdered. It was impossible to imagine a more brutal and dastardly assault, and he thought the ends of justice would be better met by the jury recording their verdict at once than by adjourning to some future date in the hope of them having more evidence brought before them. The jury returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown. The police are making every possible inquiry into the case, but up until yesterday, 8th of April, had not any clue to the persons who committed the outrage. I don't know if I want to read through all of these. Martha Tabram. It's a lot of reading.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith.
Oh.
Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other
I
hand,
read the
there
wrong
are
one
enough
out loud.
similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop.
Yes, because that's the first thing you think of when there's been a murder.
I must go to the pet shop. Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep beep.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Do you know why Mr. Solomonovich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
When was this?
During the day.
Excuse
the
me.
kids you were with the other day were there, they told me. They just came by to ask for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway.
Is something wrong?
It's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little
We'll
girl
go to the
see
clinic
him,
then, shall we?
but I didn't understand. I'm sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Am I going the right way for the clinic? Where's the clinic? Clinic's this way.
Drink up.
Thank you, Nay.
Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Ah, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who
that's
in her
why they
turn
were saying
passes
it was
to the
his
kids
fault.
which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off.
Like was done to
cheeks are
the
chiseled
murder
as if
victim.
cut with a knife. This loss of facial
Catherine
matter,
Eddowes.
this emaciation, is in this area often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it. But if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction.
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases. Thank you, Doctor.
Too much information, maybe. That does look a lot like
Let's go to the cobbler's.
the murder victim. To the cobblers!
Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, how are things with you?
He always gets lost in the middle of that word, it feels like. He's like, hello, Mr. Solomonovich. Like, he doesn't know how many syllables we need to have in the middle of the word, so he just like, hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem
Wasn't
with
the
his
other guy
shop.
chased,
What
but the other
happened?
guy we swindled? I
If
don't
didn't know you
know.
well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews.
Him and
Because you
the
have a little bit to do with it. You have the right to know what is going on.
pet shop owner
Would I have something to do with it?
basically
Someone that's seen Abraham telling you
have
something
the
and
same
making big
face.
gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did indeed speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, to right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us saying, it's a Jew who disemboweled these women. Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you. Very well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
Solomonovich.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Hello, Holmes.
Hello, Watson.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks,
I just
may
tolerate
I remind
you.
you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Oh, you
Well,
tolerate
fuck
me as
you.
an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
I mean, that's a sentence you don't hear very often. My lord, be hereby assured of my entire collaboration in the affair, to which I must reply. No one will be able to cast opprobrium on our institution or ourselves. Our eminent colleagues support our policies, and they won't cooperate with the police as long as the higher interests we serve aren't menaced. As you mentioned, we must avoid having to explain to the uncultured masses the exigencies of medical research. General crisis of confidence will result in inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and the hideous murders committed in the East End. To this end, I tactfully evoked the rumour that you mentioned in your letter when I met with my colleagues. It turns out to have grounds, and these are the specifics I was able to obtain. 18 months thence, an American doctor in London did, in fact, contact certain hospitals. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of feminine genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalisation of his research and of its publication. The doctor in question wanted to include a uterus specimen freshly conserved in formalin with each of the research dissertations sent to each of the colleges involved. A large quantity was thus necessary, and the doctor proposed to buy each of the uteri for £20 each. The hospital directors did not pay heed to these demands, of that I've been assured. Basically, he's a weirdo. Between you and I, my lord, who knows what strange consequences would have followed these demands of the American doctor? The rumour of these unusual commissions made the tour of the hospitals in question at the time and has spread to others since. Simple day labourers employed in our organisations considered that the gain of £20 could justify a theft, perhaps worse. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me. It's Tumblety. But based on the recall of one of my colleagues, this man had the most impressive references. But after a bit of research that I didn't find the existence of any publication with an eventual correlation on this or the other side of the Atlantic. The man left London shortly after his pitch, it would seem. I cannot help but think that he has perhaps returned to London and has found someone who might furnish him with what he is looking for. Yeah, I don't think Tumblety's the Ripper. I think he's just a weirdo with a collection of uteruses.
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right.
Great use
And
to
that's not all.
use.
I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim. It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis!
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
Really?
Listen, now you're already here, Watson, we may as well continue the investigation. Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study.
It's not something you find yourself, that is true. I mean, I've got one. But a collection generally has to be more than one, doesn't it? And it's not something that I can, take out and look at and put away again. If that's what you want. You have zero. Oh, your collection's even worse than mine then, Kaorf.
Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map. That is where Martha Tabram's murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter. You see, this murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims two weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Doctors are useless, aren't they,
Took place
Watson?
in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these two cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape. My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower class background, a butcher seems very likely. However,
Right,
it may
Kaorf.
be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows? That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait.
Presumably you mean
nay
naysay.
These two men
Do you?
before the killer
Or
strikes
do you mean
again.
a different nay? Nay, but yes.
At last, a long day's work done. How are you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still haven't heard any news from Whitechapel?
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows? Our killer may have brought justice upon himself, overcome by remorse and ignominy for his actions.
Not a chance, Watson.
You haven't done anything about the story of a kidney that was sent in the post and reported by the papers. Why not?
The killer left a message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is that there are letters piling up on your desk. Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the other Joseph is reluctant to meet me. The man he saw must certainly have put the fear of God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's that?
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the bobbies, but they've let him loose. Oi, he was
Dr.
looking around like
Bumblebee.
a rat who's scared of his own shadow. He's gonna do a run at years.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is afoot. Let's hope that Tumblety will go to collect his trunk. As for you, my little friends, thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my shoulders for almost a month. Let's return to the boarding house.
Oh, I thought we were going to the police station. I will do a kiddie stretch in a second.
He is here. The doctor is here, up in his room. Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he
You want
has
to do
a
a stretch
pistol.
as well, Puss?
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready and stay alert.
Am I going to have to do shooting? Because I'm not good at that.
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Who? But what is going on?
Bravo,
he's
Watson.
American,
I take
all
back
right.
everything I ever said about your less than full involvement in our investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman. I already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir. We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol. Listen, Tumblety, tell us everything you know and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs which I hold dear and never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion. If you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes. Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating. No, sirs. Men, mankind, we are not made to soil ourselves with such animals, and it is my task to educate my peers, like the ancient Greeks used to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships.
We found it. We found the gay agenda.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question. Did you attempt to obtain any female organs?
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say.
I feel like this is what homophobes think all gay people are like.
Than an English doctor, yakety yak, always showing off in the courtyard with their haughty airs. And as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety. So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me, and not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come, Watson, let's not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Those
Can we believe
damn
this,
gays.
He can't be the murderer, and his story
Showing their
regarding all
uteruses
this
to
fits, but
people
we
and
can't afford
making
to take the
everyone gay
slightest
with
risk.
them.
I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him. Listen, lads, when Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
He does want to go in the wood chipper, yeah, you're not
You are
wrong.
already ready, Holmes. What is going on?
I have been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
Apparently, we've got a camera on a rat.
We are lost, Holmes.
No, we're not, Watson. We are heading for the very street I'd hoped for, but as I wasn't sure it was this one, I've made a few big detours in order to find the right one. I'll know it when I see the name.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
Isn't this the street where
Nothing of interest
the
here.
apron was? No, it just looks the same.
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
No,
My friend is a doctor. He can take care of you.
don't go there. He came here and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him.
Oh. We're going to find a body. Yeah.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk.
Hoping this doesn't get too gruesome,
I
because
can't.
this was the most
My eyes are
gruesome of all
closed.
of them.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Fine, Holmes, and you? What happened?
Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street. You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home?
What he means to say is, there's been a murder. Okay, he's making it out of clay. That's not so bad.
You should come and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders. The joint has been cooked medium rare. If only you would tell me what was in the courtyard.
The answer, Watson.
The answer, Holmes?
Yes, the answer to a question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
How the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
How our killer set about reaching the height of horror by taking another victim, Watson. Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
I don't know why he's
You
throwing
need
up
to
at a
say
clay
that.
model.
Yes, that's what was in that room. You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Don't you think we should wait for the medical examiner's opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out.
Oh, we're getting to the end. My plan is to play this to the end now. Because I feel like we're not far from
Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor woman and inspect it in detail as well. Your help as a medical man will be invaluable.
Holmes, I feel a bit unwell.
Well,
Me too.
I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
We were doing like a jigsaw with
There
body
were incisions
parts.
in the rib cage, as if to inspect.
Oh, whoops. What's this? Alright.
The liver was neatly removed. An organ is missing, apparently. I must specify
heart.
which organ this is on my list. There we are, Watson. We have examined everything. The heart is the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a kidney, and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson?
How long do we have to listen to Watson throwing up
to
for?
think how you'd react if you saw a corpse. I'm returning to Whitechapel, Watson, to Isaac's. If the heart
He's a
tells you
doctor,
to
he's
come
seen
with me,
corpses.
If the heart tells you a little wordplay there.
Not funny.
Let's go to the cobblers.
Holmes. To the cobblers! Because where else would we go when there's been a murder?
Let's go to the cobblers.
This cobbler's like, look, I just make shoes.
Beep, beep. Evening, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Hardyman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch the bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not. Cats eat it regardless. And let me tell you, I'd go as far as to say that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part, and as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
The connection.
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Ah, well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yes.
You know, Mr. Hardy.
How do you
it's
know
lucky
how
for
big a
both of
human
us that
kidney
the
is?
murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you, as I'm doing now, for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so.
Right. Farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
I mean, we were literally just there. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Solomnovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business of my cousin, I hate to say...
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And eating non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomnovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
His name is Joseph Hyam Levy, but I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
And he's a
That
butcher.
street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square. Am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
I have no idea what
But if
Holmes
you will
is on
tell
with.
me.
Later, Mr. Solomnovich. Later. Let's go to the Imperial Club.
Where was that? That was there.
There's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Hyam Levy. Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed. I have an urgent message from Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand. I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall.
We're gonna be snooping.
Judging by the sound of voices and applause, there's a meeting going on at this very moment. I'll have to be very cautious.
Can we peer?
Pardon me, sir, but the club is only open to members.
I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall. Nothing of interest here.
Oh. Oh.
There's a cellar window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing.
Well, can we
There's a
move the bell
cellar
then?
window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing. Coal. It's a service door and
Coal.
firmly locked. There must be a stock room in the cellar beneath this room. If I can just get into the coal cellar, I shall be in the place. This barrel is on a wooden pallet, but it is too heavy to be moved. I will need a pivot. I will need a pivot.
Did we not just find one? Is this not a pivot?
There we are. My pivot is in place. Now, let's find something to tip over this barrel. Nothing of interest here.
No. Oh. 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 Yoink.
should be able to make it tip over.
Nice. We will go in the cellar after the break. I should save it as well. I haven't saved it for yonks. See you in a couple of minutes. Yeah, I think we're near the finale, K-Wolf. Don't think Dan's ready yet, but... No! Oh! That was a real life jump scare, that was. Blimey. It just feels weird for me to write a scene where she isn't even a bit apprehensive about the lunch. I was terrified to even open the lid. But I get we're celebrating... I get we're celebrating it, but... I read that like a pro, right? Yeah, I'll check my mother's recipe book. Liquid who's it now? What the absolute... What the hell's heavy water? Is that funny? This is such a bad movie. I don't even know what that was supposed to be of. Guess who's back? Back again. Catherick Thorne. Tell your friends.
Blown up by the other.
I know I can't target myself, I'm not trying to. We're not dead! Ah! Oh, we're dead.
It was 3 minutes to 8, and a man wearing a trench coat and fedora appeared out of nowhere and shot you in cold blood.
The doggos are dying!
For Ferelda!
Hi, hi, hi!
Closed. The cellar window is locked from the inside by a simple iron hook.
Okay, well...
The Imperial Club.
Have I got anything? I've got matches.
Closed. Closed. The cellar window is locked from the inside by a simple iron hook.
Hmm.
Coal It's a service door and firmly locked. There must be a stockroom in the cellar beneath this room.
Knife would be good, but I haven't got my knife for some reason. All I've got is matches.
Nothing of interest here.
Nope. Yeah, maybe there's something inside that I can use to break into the place.
A note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumours about the Whitechapel
A
murders.
broken coat hanger. The Whitechapel murders weigh on our community heavily. Consequently, an exemplary conduct must be shown now more than ever, as well as increased vigilance. Jewish establishments such as synagogues, shops and clubs are likely to become targets. All incidents must be stifled as much as possible.
This may come in handy.
Aha. Yeah, exactly. It's like, hi, don't mind me. I'm just grabbing something that I can use to break into your cellar because you won't let me in that way. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Let's go. Good. Let's try to find the exit that leads to the club.
Could it be this one?
This may come in handy.
Do you know, if any real life was like this, that like
Empty
highlighted
tin cans.
stuff you should pick up because it might be useful.
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way to get him to leave his post. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I
How
won't
the
find what I'm
hell
looking for in there.
do you know that's the kitchen?
Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. Administration.
Okay,
Perfect.
are we not-
This must be where the information on club members is kept.
What's the key that I got? Oh, it is the administration key. Okay.
Let's
Handy.
hope that it really is the key. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. A page from an old Yiddish English dictionary. Court's proceedings. Curious.
Oh, that's not a page from a Yiddish English dictionary, is it? Maurice Phillips, Moss Wolf, Jacob Levy, Stealing Meat of Hyman Sampson, The Master Phillips and Wolf, McClure prosecuted. Blah, 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 blah. Am I supposed to read all of this? No. Well, that was dramatic, wasn't it?
Some square metal tokens. Curious. There is a document.
Sir, I wanted to let you know that if your club needed kosher meat when you have any special functions, I would be available to furnish it for you. Guaranteed by a compliant abattoir, it will be delivered directly to your society at a time that is convenient. Reasonable prices. Do not hesitate to call upon my services, Jacob Levy. Refused on the advice of Joseph Hyam Levy.
There must have been litigation between Joseph Hyam Levy and Jacob Levy.
I mean, we found that, didn't we?
This must be the club's safe. What I am looking for is probably inside. I need something.
Is that what these are for?
This must be the club's safe. What I am looking for is probably inside. The lock on this chest is very sophisticated. Let's see.
Oh my word. Right, do we think I have to match them up? Like, Like to like. Like that. No, that doesn't work. Does that work? No. Yes. Yes. Aha, that could go there. And then that could go there. Have I somehow got it right? Almost first try.
Elementary.
It was elementary.
I need something.
Do you need the dictionary? Thank you.
These documents contain some words in Yiddish, which reads from right to left.
Okay. Right, we know from Kabbalah the power of gematria that enables us to count everything in the world seen and unseen. Thus we know that Lester counts as 439. He is blessed because 439 is also whatever that is, which means the man of God. I did the counting of names for our club members, which is as follows. Mr. Bath is 403. Bet is 2. Aleph is 1. Thav. So that's Bet. That's Aleph. What do I do with them? Where do I put these? Ah, there. H is 5. Oh, that's Bet. Mem is 40. Ain is 70. I'm probably pronouncing this all horribly wrong. But I don't know what that would... E. 70 is that one. Reish is 200. So that's an R. We haven't got that. No, 200. Is that. Mr. Mural. So that's going to be U. And that's going to be L.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Oh, no, what are we looking for? We're looking for... Joseph Levy? Born Aldgate, 1841. Membership, April 14th, 1887. Home address, 36 Middlesex Street, Aldgate. Self-employed butcher, 1 Hutchison Street, Aldgate.
Here we are. I have the address of this Joseph Chaim Levy, 36 Middlesex Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen. I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out.
Can we get out the way we came in? Okay, we need rope and a hook for reasons.
Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way.
Sorry, but that's quite funny. Answers that question though, doesn't it? Oh, are you combining these together somehow? No, not yet.
I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out. Closed. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there. No, that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place.
Well, then, what do you want me to do? Do we need to go out the front and distract the dudes somehow?
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way to get him to leave his post.
With some string and a hook and a bucket? You want to do that?
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there.
Oh, there's more stuff to grab.
I need something.
What? Okay.
I need something. I need something. I need something. I need something.
Sure, but what?
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way to get him to leave his post.
Okay, but I've got the makings of a hilarious trap here. Oh.
This may come in handy.
I don't know how any of this is coming in handy. It's funny because there's a very fine line in games, I found, between letting you work it out for yourself, which is very satisfying, and just talking you through it as if you're a moron. Okay. And some games like Hogwarts Legacy, I found, talks you through it as if you're a moron sometimes, where you're just trying to work something out and then the character will keep going, maybe if I do this, maybe that thing over there might be useful, maybe that, and you're like, yeah, I know, I'm working it out. Whereas this is very much like not telling you anything. So I think this is on the other wrong side. Like, what am I doing here? I've tied some string to a thing and I've got a candle. I don't know why I'm doing this.
I need something.
Okay, so we're not lighting the candle.
I need something.
Okay. Just like, there's definitely a middle ground, like somewhere.
I need something. I need something. I need something.
I know we need something. What sort of a something do we need? Again, if you told me what you were planning, Holmes. We are okay, yes, we're making a timed ruckus. But how?
Closed.
I've got a candle. I've got some string. I've got more string in my pocket. I've got a hook.
I need something.
I don't even know if I've got everything that I need. I need something.
The kitchen. It's closed, and
Yeah.
besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there.
Dude, if you tell me what you're looking for, I might be able to help you. Hook with string. I think I tried that. Or the hook with the string. Hook with this string. I don't think I can... I can't interact with that end of the string.
I need something.
And it won't attach to that end of the string. It won't attach there. Nope.
I need something.
Nope, the bucket is not the something that we need.
I need something. I need something. I need something. I need something.
I think it must be something that I haven't got yet, but I don't know.
I need something. I need something.
Okay.
I need something.
Okay, it's not the bucket yet. Maybe a bit more string. See, now, my dude. I get now exactly what we're trying to do. We've got the candle and the thing and the... Yeah, I see. Yes, I get it. But I didn't know. Maybe if you'd said, oh, I could tie something up there. I don't know. I don't know. There's definitely a line.
Now let's quickly hide in administration.
Quickly hide in administration. Go, go, go.
Let's visit Joseph Levy at 36 Middlesex Street.
Let's. Oh, it's in the red
Here I am in Middlesex
zone.
Street. Let's find number 36.
Should be over here somewhere. 36. All the others have got nice big doors, and this one's just like a little hovely place.
Hello, sir. What do you want?
Hello, Ma'am. I would like to speak with Mr. Levy. Do you know if he's in?
I am Mrs. Levy, his wife. He's not arrived yet.
Do you know when he'll be in?
Oh, no idea. You know, he works at the butcher's and helps at the slaughterhouse. It often happens that he doesn't come in until early morning and then leaves right away.
Well, listen. As soon as your husband Joseph returns, tell him that...
My husband isn't called Joseph.
You aren't the wife of Joseph Chaim Levy?
No, of course not. I'm the wife of Jacob
Of
Levy.
course not.
Mr. Chaim Levy used to live here with his parents, but he moved.
Mommy, who's the man that you're talking to?
But this poor child has syphilis. He carries the mark on his face.
Leave us, children. Go back inside. with your brothers
Did he
and
say that
sisters.
out
Yes,
loud?
Father. As I was saying, Mr. Chaim Levy doesn't live here. He works in a butcher's near Aldgate, but I don't know exactly where. But if you find him, he will surely live next door. Butchers always live near their work.
Could you possibly give him a message on my behalf?
I don't see him often, and, well, even though we know him, we aren't on friendly terms, you see?
Is he bothering you, Mommy?
No, Simon, not at all.
That's a handsome boy you have. It's strange that he has light hair.
He takes after his father. Strong, with light hair.
Wait, he sounds familiar to me. A man of about 50 years old, very big, at least 6 feet tall, and left-handed, correct?
You are mistaken yet again. My husband is only 32 years old.
I think we
no
found
taller
him.
than 5'3", and he's right-handed.
Obviously,
I think we
there are
found
many
him.
levies in the area. I will leave you, and I pray that you'll
I think
excuse
we've found
the
him.
disturbance. Perhaps we will have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell, Ma'am.
Goodbye, sir.
He's there! Turn round! Turn round! He's there! He's there!
Daddy!
I must return to Baker Street. Let's go to Baker Street.
Yeah, let's go to Baker Street, because we've just found the killer, so obviously we're running away!
Well, Watson, not looking so good.
Whose fault is that, Holmes? If you hadn't shown me your masterpiece in clay...
Some actions have much larger repercussions than would be assumed at first glance. Listen, Watson, in a few minutes I will leave Baker Street in order to meet Jack the Ripper and put an end to his crimes. Beforehand, I want to go over all our discoveries to assure myself that everything is clear.
Assure?
Jack the Ripper? You know the identity of Jack the Ripper?
Without a shadow of a
What?
doubt,
Don't you,
and
Watson?
I assure you that we are in possession
So
of all
easy.
the elements required to determine who Jack the Ripper is. Would you like to do this work with me? Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Whoops. Yeah, Jack the Ripper wanted to give his victims the appearance of syphilis because he was confronted with it. Right hand. Was it verify the health? He removed the organs. He lost some of the organs when he examined them? He removed the organs when he could. He is or was a butcher. He killed them
Perfect,
all.
Watson. Let's determine who Jack the Ripper is, Watson.
I thought we knew. Where is that? Where? Oh, it's here.
Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them.
That one. Oh, there's so many of them. I mean, we know who it is, right? Okay, you also that. I don't know how tall these people are. I don't know who lives in Aldgate. You have workman's clothes. You have workman's clothes. No? Oh, it tells me. Okay, so I can just, yes. We can just brute force it. I don't know why I'm having to do this when we know it is. What? You're not poor. You're not poor. You're poor. Okay. Hurrah for brute force. I don't think anyone else was a butcher. You are Jewish. Well, he's Jewish as well, I guess. Isn't that all of them? We've been through all of them, haven't we? You used to be a butcher. What have I missed? Well, I've just been through all of them, right? How do I... Tim!
Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them.
Didn't I? What didn't I give to Jacob? Right-handed. Syphilis. Poor. Butcher. Score to settle. Did I give him that one? Yeah. Physical force. Right-handed's right at the top. Workman's clothes. Yeah, this is how many I've got left. How many people I haven't given them to. Lives in Aldgate. Have I done that yet? Yeah, light coloured hair and a moustache. Right-handed. Yeah, that's all of them. How do I... Help! You must place the face on the mannequin to the left. What mannequin to the left? Here. Well, I can't.
Thus, we have 5 suspects.
Do I
Let's
just
add the elements that correspond to each of them?
Do I just have to put all of them on all of them? Is that what I have to do? Who didn't I give that one to? You. Maybe this is what I have to do. In which case, why do I have to do this? Oh, he's poor. Right, that's what we were missing. I feel like I tried that, but anyway. Clearly not. This would have been an easier way to brute force it. Right at the beginning. Yes. Gotcha.
And there you go, Watson. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper.
Fantastic.
Not sure how we've got his photo.
And terrifying. But some aspects of this case are still unclear, at least for me.
For example, Watson?
Why does the man only kill prostitutes?
The man kills prostitutes because he blames them for the misery of his life. He must have frequented them assiduously.
I'm not convinced.
During these nocturnal visits, he contracted syphilis, which he passed on to his spouse, and via her, at least one of his children.
Ethan Levy, so...
He was an angry man in despair following a mistake.
There were clues. There were clues.
Why does he only kill
in amongst
such
the clues?
Prostitutes?
He never had the means to afford prostitutes of higher standing than Nichols, Chapman and the others. At one point in his life he was forced to steal to make ends meet. This indiscretion cost him dearly. He was imprisoned and exiled from his community. He had frequented low-class prostitutes. Thus, it was they who infected him, and they who must pay.
But why did he remove the organs?
to take vengeance on his own community, which rejected him and had more success than he. He is a man who bore the burden of a sinister reputation, that of a thief and a madman, because of his internment. So he took his vengeance in the most cowardly and horrific manner imaginable. He rubbed his knife on the uterus of a sick prostitute before using it. He passed Edow's kidney off as a veal kidney.
Why did he disfigure the faces of the last 2 victims?
Revenge yet again, Watson. This is what you did to my child. You will suffer the same fate.
And the piece of apron and the message at Goulston Street?
The only reason to have placed the piece of apron incriminating the message and attracting attention towards himself is that the people that Levy holds responsible for his arrest live in this building. The butcher's where he committed the theft is found in Goulston Street, and the majority of the butchers who denounced him surely live close to their workplaces.
There were clues everywhere.
But finally, Holmes, why didn't his wife or anyone else notice anything?
His wife has many children and must be very busy. The man is a butcher, which must facilitate things when one is questioned by the police in the street and must justify the bloodstains on oneself. Furthermore, butchers often work during the night as the meat must be sold fresh each morning. His nocturnal absences were
He
easily
did
justifiable.
also spread disease.
Finally, he works in a butcher's or
Well,
slaughterhouses.
potentially.
Nothing could be more
I
simple
don't know
than
if any
slipping
of
a
the
kidney in here,
victims were diseased.
using a knife soiled with human blood there.
This story is frightful.
But he was not
Holmes.
careful about not
Indeed,
spreading
Watson.
disease.
Lies, infidelity, venereal disease, murder, mutilation, and finally cannibalism. A complete anthology of what humans at their most vile are capable.
Let's go at once to Whitechapel and put this madman where he can do no more harm, Holmes.
Let's, Watson.
Guys, we did it. We solved it.
I do believe we are not alone. I hope these men won't prevent us from passing.
Me? No. But you, yes, Watson. Your journey ends here tonight.
Pardon?
You're sometimes a little hot-headed, and moreover, Mr. Solomonovich has a few things to tell you. I won't be long.
You can come in, Mr. Holmes. He's waiting for you inside. Everything was organized according to your instructions. I don't know how to thank you.
Later. Dr. Watson is awaiting an explanation from you.
Hey up, Jack. I don't think it is a bug because there's no subtitles. I don't know. I think it's just supposed to be we don't know what was said. Maybe. Or maybe it is a bug. I can't solve it if there is a bug because I haven't saved for ages. Oh no, it's I think it's supposed to be silent. I think probably because Holmes... So... I think Holmes is quite interested in the minds of killers and stuff, so he'll be asking questions that aren't like... I don't know, that like a sane person wouldn't ask. Maybe. Hello, Euclid. Hi. Yours, cat. He's clearly telling Holmes all about all the crimes and the whys and the wherefores and the... Hey. I mean, it's an interesting theory for who Jack the Ripper was.
Hello, Watson.
Holmes, have you the slightest idea what you are doing?
Nope.
I think so, Watson.
Leaving this bloodthirsty pervert at liberty and hiding his existence from the London police? What folly!
Certainly, the police will never find their man, but with so many men deployed, this affair will indirectly have a benevolent effect on the crime in the vicinity.
But Holmes, wait! Justice hasn't been served. And we are
so this
accomplices
is
to the
how it
fact.
fits into the actual
Justice?
history.
But I don't serve justice, Watson. I serve truth. And incidentally, I serve my country, and I don't think that I have ever served it better than today. Imagine if after months of terror and a murder as abominable as that of Miller's Court, we deliver to the English people a man of the Jewish faith, a journeyman and head of family as the guilty
Yeah,
party,
that wouldn't do
a man
much
who
for the
forced
anti-Semitism,
members of
would
his
it?
own people to eat human flesh. All of this contained tension would have exploded in a myriad of anti-Semitic acts which would have thrown Whitechapel into a rage of fire.
He's not
and
wrong.
blood. And this man's family, who are completely innocent and have suffered more than their lot, would have been the first in the line of sight. Should we condemn an entire people to shame and promise them 1,000 wounds because one of their members committed an unmentionable crime? Neither I nor you have the right to do so. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, is now in the hands of his own people.
That makes a lot of sense as well.
I have complete faith in Mr. Solonovich and the members of his community who, I remind you, courageously helped us. They took great risks and acted with the most salutary discretion. And, oh yes, it is understood that you cannot chronicle this investigation. It would be best to invent a story that takes us far from London during the summer period in pursuit of, let's see, something challenging. A ghostly dog that glows in the night.
Don't be ridiculous,
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But what will happen now? The police will endure a serious setback and a real loss of credibility.
I mean, it might be.
And this
It could be.
Well, a few months after the murder,
I'm not a great believer in conspiracy theories that never come out though.
Will come up with a story to tell, and everyone will vow that they know the secret identity of the killer.
If the
without having
police
the
had
right
found
to
him,
reveal
they
it.
would have released it
As for
because they
Jacob
were so
Levy,
desperate to
Jack
find
the
him.
Ripper, he will be imprisoned by his own people.
And they were
who
quite
will pace
embarrassed
like a
to not have
lion in
found
its
him.
cage until the end of his days, haunted by his crimes and his insatiable vengeance, until finally the disease which drove him to kill those poor women will finish its work and make him its final victim.
I mean, maybe. Maybe this is what happened. I mean, not Sherlock Holmes, obviously. But it could be. It could be. Well, we solved it, guys. We solved it. Me and you, Puss. We did it. Right. Shall we find someone to raid? Never fear. Also, I have plenty of oh yes, your redeem. Yes. Thanks for reminding me. It's disappeared off my list. But yes. Yes. Right, I'm going to close this because it's in the way of my browser, and let's do that, and then exit. Nay, say. What? Excuse I. Yes. Slightly different style of detecting, I feel. But yeah, similar vibe. Okay, let's go over there then. Are you already watching, Nacy? Oh no, I've got ads in Nay's stream. Maybe I won't read quite yet then. Oh, you're on mobile. Okay. Well, I've got... there's ads happening at the moment. So I'll wait until the ads finish to do the raid. Because otherwise we'll drop into the middle of ads. And that would be a bit rubbish. But yeah, I have got lots of other Sherlock Holmes games ready to play. I don't know which one will be next. Where are they all? I might look up, like, if one of them comes next chronologically. I've got Crimes and Punishments, Nemesis, The Devil's Daughter, Mystery of the Persian Carpet, The Silver Earring, and The Testament of Sherlock Holmes. So I'll pick one of them. And we'll play that next Sherlock Sunday. Right, Nay's ads have finished, so... Let's go there. That new movie with Robert. I don't know who Robert is, and I don't know what movie you mean. And also I haven't watched any movies for ages. Oh, Sherlock Holmes movie. Oh, with Robert Downey Jr. Yes, yeah, I saw those. They're good. Anyway, we're on a timer now because I've set the raid going. So, what I will say is, thank you all so much for watching. Like I say, we will be back. Oh, Nate's gone on a break now. I'll be back Thursday and Friday, definitely playing something. We'll be back on Sunday for a brand new Sherlock Holmes game. I don't know which one. I will pick one, whichever one I feel like on the day, probably. Copy the raid message, paste it when we get there. And until next time, bye bye. Oh, Euclid says bye too. Bye bye.